To
Way.
catch up, but
Always
we're
a
recording
delay.
the stuff that's getting sent. So,
Okay.
hello everyone, welcome to the stream. I'm sure more people will be trickling in. Mexican Spec, thank you for being here early. And tonight I am Kim of Kim Fixes Things. I'm here with Buff Del Campo, which you already knew because you clicked on the channel. And we are here to talk about cars and buses and no name nationals and pretty much anything that our chat community is interested in tonight. So I thank you for being here, and let's get started.
I already have a question. How's our volume? How's our audio out there? Is it good? Did you practice that? Did you practice that intro, or did
No, that was
you just ad libbed
completely
it?
off the cuff.
I thought you ad libbed it. Yeah, and I got an ugly bus up there. That's one of the old original Gilligs. The only reason I put that up there is just I put it up there. Okay, good. The audio's good. That's what I wanted to hear. Because we have a graph that we look at there, and man, sometimes I'm not sure exactly what it's telling me. There's like a line that goes up and down, and then there's a tape that goes up and down, and they don't always coincide.
Barbara is in the studio with the headphones on, and but
Barbara.
she was off the other night. So when things got out of whack, she wasn't there to fix it. So
Barbara.
no, there's no
I was
Barbara.
gonna say,
There's no
you got
others.
this person hiding back there I don't know about?
You know what? If we did, we wouldn't have so much problems because
Yeah.
they would resolve them.
Barbara, the audio lady?
You know what though? We learned that we need to reboot the streaming computer once a week because it just sits in this room. It's an old computer. It's slow. It needs rebooted before the stream, or else the microphone gets wonky. It doesn't like falling asleep and waking back up.
Iceman, Lester LeSabre, how y'all doing?
Thank you for the greetings, everyone.
Yeah, I just started to say a couple of minutes ago that the bus is just like a joke. The only reason I put bus is because there were a couple of times I was on Greyhounds, and I don't know, where were we, Mexican Spec? We were on maybe Tony's Live or something, and we started talking about stupid Greyhound stories, and then they asked us to talk about cars, because we were really going after it. So, yeah, I thought I might tell a couple of bus stories tonight. So that's the only reason that stupid bus is up there.
Mexican Spec says he's never been on a Greyhound bus.
Oh, you're lucky. Well, I don't know. The thing about Greyhounds is when I was a kid in the 60s, a Greyhound was a nice thing. It's like an airliner. Dr. Go, how you doing? And putting tools away while it rains. So listening to your live is perfect. Okay, good. Yeah, we do that
Well,
sometimes.
welcome in, Dr. Go. The really visual part of the stream usually comes in later, so we'll try and talk loud enough that you can hear us over your air conditioning.
So air conditioning. I thought he said rain. Oh, he might
Over
have.
the rain.
He might have air conditioning in his shop too. We have air conditioning in our shop.
It's loud.
Because Kim went out and bought a scratch and dent, new scratch and dent last year, a window unit, and she installed it. And it doesn't make it that much cool in the shop, but man, does it knock the humidity down. So if we run that thing in 5 to 10 minutes, it's really comfortable in there. And we walk outside, it's like, whoa, I mean, the humidity hits you as soon as you walk out the door.
If you're standing
It's nice.
working right in front of it, which there's a lot of workspace right in front of it, it's cool right away. But it takes an hour or so for the other side of the garage to get more comfortable. But you can just stop what you're doing and walk over there. Plus, you get the relief from the bugs. Oh my God, the bugs this year are even worse than last year, and I didn't think that was possible. Walking from the house to the shop, I always have at least 2 mosquito bites. And I mean, I want to walk direct. I don't even like stopping because they just swarm you. It's so bad. But once we get into the garage, we don't let them in. We don't leave the doors open or anything like that. Like, that's our plan to get through the summer is we've got the AC, we keep the doors shut. If I need to open the doors, I turn the lights out so stuff doesn't swarm in. Thanks, guys.
No AC in the shop. But insulating the shop helps. Yeah, Greyhound Bus was founded in Hibbing, Minnesota. It was. Home of Bob Dylan. I didn't know that. So anyway, in the 60s, the first time I rode on Greyhound buses, I was going to summer camp. And it was nice. It was like riding in an airliner. And the drivers back then, they wore a uniform with a tie, and they were just polite and nice. I knew people that were driving trucks. that, and the prerequisite to drive a Greyhound was you had to be driving a truck for a while, a big truck, and I knew people that really tried to get those jobs because they were fairly high paying jobs. Well, now,
Guy in a uniform.
yeah, maybe now
No.
the great, yeah, I guess. I
Okay,
don't
keep
know.
talking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's distracting. So anyway, the Greyhound drivers now, I've seen them yell at people and fall asleep while they're driving, and it's about as unprofessional as it gets. And Greyhound's really changed a lot. And so every time I've been on Greyhound in the last 20 years, I've taken a couple of long trips. It's also it's always entertaining. Kim, look inside the. Kim, look inside. Old tires in any place water will collect. Oh,
He's talking about how to keep the mosquitoes down.
Oh, yeah.
Mexican Spec, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just kind of delaying that. I'll explain.
yeah, there's standing water. I had a 30-foot diameter above ground pool. It was sort of almost all within the ground, and I kept that thing perfect. Then I started working all over the place, and my former wife, I showed her how to keep it. Every morning I'd spend about an hour with that pool, making it's just crystal clear blue, beautiful. I came home from Arizona, and it was a black pond full of mosquitoes and pollywogs. It was horrible. I said, what happened? Well, she didn't clean it. Okay. So then, I don't know, for like 15 years, we had a black pond full of who knows what kind of animals. So it's now been emptied, and Kim has been working at tearing the structure down because trees grew up through it had a wood deck around it, and trees grew up through it and broke the deck, and geez. So anyway, we got rid of the major portion of the standing water. But of course, when you get rid of the pollywogs, you get rid of the frogs, and the frogs are taking a lot of the mosquitoes away. So yeah, we got to work with the standing water, and there is some still around. And our property is wet. Is a wet place. The shop says sweating like a pig. Putting shocks on my girls. XJ, beer is chilling. Oh, light beer. It's really cold on a hot day. Can be really good, but then I start to make mistakes, and I can't drink beer anymore anyway because diabetic and my sugar goes up. But
Well, we're going to do this early. Speaking of chilled beverages, Buck Del Campo did not wait. He already poured his. So that's why we're doing it early, because I can't do it all official. Me, I have a nice glass
cold.
filled to the brim with ice. And I usually have red Powerade. Tonight we're using purple Powerade because it was on sale and the red was all gone. So these are our beverages tonight. We're not drinking anything alcoholic, but if you enjoy an alcoholic beverage, cheers to you, and stay hydrated. And I think we'll move on from that. It's hot out there. Man, is it hot out there.
No, it's not that hot.
Oh, how long were you out there today?
No, when I see
I went to
temperatures,
the mailbox and
when
broke
I
a
see
sweat.
temperatures in the 90s, and I lived in Yuma for 13 years, where the temperatures were 115 to 125, 122 probably. I did see it above there a few times, but generally 115 to 122. I don't know, 90 doesn't seem that cooking hot to me. But the humidity is kind of nasty. The beer is my reward. Yeah, that beer was my reward for years, but I'd take a big beer like this on a hot day, and man, that was good, but
You didn't show what you're...
what I'm drinking.
I bought it for you for the stream so we could do the beverage section.
The beverage section, she got me this. I always drink green tea, but she got me Diet Georgia style peach tea.
You said you liked peach, or that you enjoyed the peach ones.
I like the peach green tea, but this I've never tried. It tastes good. It tastes
was
good.
the diet that they had, and it had no...
And then, I also, to make it a little bit fizzy, I pour a little of this fizz water in it.
Pellegrino?
So I put a little of that in there. It gives it a little carbonation. So I got a mixed drink.
Oh, JB's here. Hi, JB's Little Shop. Welcome to the stream. We enjoyed watching you in John's Content Creator Workshop and your shorts that you've been putting out. You're just prolific with your content creation.
It's wait a minute.
Good stuff.
Mexican Spec says 94 here right now, but very humid. I didn't know it got humid down there. Mate, you're much further into Mexico than I've ever been. Furthest I've been into Mexico is right in the northern part of Baja California, and it was always, it's right by Yuma. It's 10% humidity in the summertime. It's cooking hot, but it's comfortable because the humidity isn't killing you. You can't drink Georgia tea in Tennessee. It's not allowed. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we are breaking the rules.
Yeah. Yeah. Shh.
So I want to get rid
Careful,
of
the feds will knock down the door. Good thing we're in an undisclosed location. And as far as spraying, so I bought bug spray last year, and I have it, like the stuff that you hook your hose to and you spray your whole yard with. But then I started seeing all these toads and frogs and snakes and lizards, and I didn't know what effect it would have on those, and I sort of like chickened out. I was like, I don't want to kill everything. I just want the mosquitoes to die, and I don't know if you get to choose. I think you either kill it all or you don't. But we did put out little pellets for the ants, and that worked really well. I mean, it definitely didn't hurt the mosquitoes.
I woke up one night with an ant on me, I look up on the ceiling. There's like 5,000 ants on the ceiling. It's like, what? So I wake up. It took me hours to clean up the ants. They kept coming in. Well, the next day I put this granular stuff outside and sprinkled it all around the house. That's it. They're gone. Let's see here. You're near the ocean. We had a thunderstorm here the other night, but the next day it was dry. Okay, you're in one of those places. Yeah, it'll do that in Yuma. The humidity will go up after a thunderstorm. But, in Yuma, we get thunderstorm like 3, 4 a year, maybe. Maybe not. I think we had about 3 inches of rain a year. But, so we live off the Colorado River. But that is my last dream car. Yeah, those are impossible to find.
What is it?
Undisclosed. It's a Lincoln. It's not even a Lincoln. It's a Continental Mark II. So Lincoln is wrong. But it was sold through Lincoln. Continental and Lincoln were sorted together. Undisclosed. We're all. You're right. Next to the diner. Yeah, where's the dining room?
See, but when we're in the dining room, we're going to go to the dining room. We're now in the dining room, but in the dining room, you can hear the feds coming, right? So if you hear noise, if you hear like oh they're gonna raid, we just quickly teleport back to the other room where they can't get us. Yeah. Fake.
Mexican Spec says glass cleaner with ammonia kills ants. That night I woke up with ants on my face.
They were everywhere.
You know what I did? I grabbed the Windex with ammonia, and I started nailing them. And it was hours of, because I'm not taking care of the source. I'm just taking care of. I don't even know where they were coming in, but it was horrible. But the next day, I haven't seen any since then. Since I put that granular stuff outside, they went away.
JB, and we had ant hills all out in the yard and stuff like that. They're really everywhere. They're gone. They're completely, like, 2 days. They disappeared from the house, and we haven't seen an ant in the house since. What was those things called? They're just little pellets, and you just throw them out in the yard. And they find them, they take them back to the nest, and they die. That's
Lester LeSabre, you had a chance to buy a Mark II in the late 20s. Like 2000s? Or like, I don't know what you mean. Late 20s to me means like Model T days. Late 20s. So that could be like just a few years ago for $6K. Yeah, that's really inexpensive for then. Late 70s. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, I had a friend that really wanted a Mark II, and we lived up north of Los Angeles, and we drove down to Los Angeles one day, and we looked all over, found a couple of them, and they were all in the $5,000 range, and he ended up buying a 2-seat Thunderbird, which would have been a 56 or 7, and they were running about $2,000 to $2,500 for decent ones. So the Lincoln, I keep calling it Lincoln, the Continental Mark II was about double the price, and we were a couple of kids, not running around with $5,000 in our pockets. Back then, that was you go out and buy a brand new Corvette for $6,000, so that's a lot of money.
And I would argue that a brand new Corvette would be a lot of fun compared to that Continental, although the Continental, I would imagine, is a better investment.
This guy that I went down there with, he had He bought a 55 Chevy. Now, this is in mid 70s. He bought a 55 Chevy two-door hardtop. What were those called? 510 or 210 or something. He bought one of those. Yeah, it was turquoise and white. It was perfect. Looked brand new. Had 18,000 miles on it. And that was his daily driver. He was really careful with it. You're waving hello to everybody.
Colleen just came in.
Colleen, I see Colleen, but
Mama of Mopars, Mustangs, and minivans.
Mama M cubed.
Has he put out a video lately about his bus project?
Yeah,
I thought that's why you were talking about buses.
I thought about that with the buses, and I put up the bus. I put that thing up about the bus, but that's just because I was telling stupid bus stories. Oh, the bus story. Here I was. I was on. Where was I going? I was on my way from Yuma, Arizona to Nashville, and it was around Christmas time, and this is before the pandemic. So I was riding along, a long ride, and it's nighttime, and there's a guy, like, I'm toward the back of the bus, and there's a guy behind me, like a couple of rows, and he's coughing and sneezing. I'm thinking, man, I don't want this guy behind me because I'm going to get sick. So he's doing all that. He got up or something, and I said, hey, let me give you something for that cough. And I gave him 2 500 milligram Tylenols. And I figured he had a fever and knock it down and maybe he'd go to sleep. So he took those, and he's a pretty scruffy looking dude. So he took those. Man, he was out all night. It's like, man, he quit coughing and sneezing and everything. He slept, and he woke up in the morning, and he's like, hey, Doc. He's calling me Doc. So the rest of that bus ride, I was Doc. So I gave him more medicine. Oh, that's probably a stupid thing to do. But, yeah, that was a Greyhound story. Let's see here. What else is going on? Scott at Kohler Motors is helping his friend Jim restore a white Mark II. Really? Ooh. I haven't been watching that. There's so much content, I can barely watch it all. Before I got to Mexico, it never occurred to me to take a bus anywhere. You know why I took a bus? Is because I was working. I didn't always have the best jobs, and there were times I was working in used car lots, just fixing rusty brake lines, and you just buy here, pay here, used car lots. So I didn't have much money. And so all my cars were junk. I mean, just stuff you barely could rely on it to get across town. Well, my son, I was in Northeast Ohio, and my son was in Texas in the Army, and I wanted to go see him. So I'll just buy a ticket on Greyhound, and I did, and I rode to Texas and back on a Greyhound. Man, was my butt sore at the end of that trip. But it was actually, it's kind of fun because I met a lot of goofy people. Just you never know who you're going to meet on Greyhound. On the way back on that trip, we came up through where Fort Knox is, and of course the war was going on, and so a lot of military people traveling. And back when I was in the military, we traveled on Greyhound a lot. So we stopped at a small bus stop that was not a station. It was just like a gas station or a convenience store or something where they had a bench for Greyhound. So we stopped there, and there are all these military guys, all these young army guys, like privates, and they all get on the bus, and we had like 2 or 3 seats left, and it's like all these guys get on, and the driver says, "If you guys want," he goes, "I'll let you on. Where are you going?" They're all going to Fort Knox, which is like probably an hour, and he says, "I'll let you on, but you're gonna have to sit in the aisle." And okay. And they had their duffel bags, and they put the duffel bags in the aisle. All up the aisle was the duffel bags. These guys sat on the duffel bags like they're riding a horse. And there's still too many of them. And 2 of them are sitting up in the stairwell by the door. Man, this guy took off and drove off like that. I couldn't believe he did that. He'd probably get fired if his boss knew it. But he got those guys to where they were going. And, yeah, it's a Greyhound story, unusual Greyhound story. And then we have Colleen, who's got bus stories.
Oh, and Colleen told us how to make the little uppercase 3 thing. you hold it, and it'll give you options. I had no idea.
Hold
That's
what?
cool. See how she has her like the little
I
square
know.
root kind of thing.
Yeah.
If you press on the touch screen of your phone,
Oh, it's on the phone. Okay.
I guess on your phone, unless you have a touchscreen device, it will bring up options, and then you can pick those things. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Mexican spec. I believe that. In Mexico, I bet those buses are a good deal. And the buses, the Mexican buses I've seen, I used to see them a lot when I was in Arizona. Those are like, they all look like they're brand new. They've got uh, flat screens in there with movies going. They look like something good, you know. And it's a shame our Greyhounds are so, it's just gone downhill. It's terrible. Although the buses are newer. And somewhere around '09 or so, they started putting seatbelts in them. And I kind of like that. I put a seatbelt on. The guy next to me goes, "You're not supposed to wear a seatbelt in the bus." I go, "Well, I'm gonna, because if they slam into something, I don't want to, fly 40 feet up into the windshield." So,
Buick Smith, welcome to the stream. Rob's Rods and Streetcars, welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here, everybody.
the other thing, the newer buses, and I noticed it about '09 or so, they've got 110 and they've got USB ports all over the bus, which is really nice. Most of the buses all around Mexico are still stick shifts. Very, yeah, it's probably possible. That you sent me a picture of one. I think you sent me a picture of one, and it was, yeah, you did, and I think it was a Volvo. It was a double-decker Volvo, and it was like brand new bus. You know, what a nice piece of machinery. Yeah, Continental Coupe. They made those 2 years, 1956, 1957. And yeah, it's quite a car. I remember those things real well. There weren't a lot of them, but they were even used when they weren't, like 10 years old, 56, 66. It was probably when I was looking, they were probably 15 years old. They're really expensive already. A neighbor had one. I never got to ride in one. I sat in them. Dreamt about driving one. Never had one. It was like, for guys like me that like the two-seat Thunderbirds back then, that was the ultimate car. But yeah, couldn't afford them. And it was bought out by a UK company. Yeah, I heard that they were bought out by a UK company. But yeah, but it's still the management's here. I don't know. It has become a way for poor people to get around. And me being poor at some times in my life, I've ridden on them, and it's always interesting. It's always really interesting. Most interesting thing about the Mark II is who the first owner was. Oh yeah, those things when they were new, like in '56, I think they were $11,000. In '56, that was a lot of money. '56. My parents bought a house in '55, and they paid $10,000 for it. It was $99.99. They paid $10,000 for that house, so that was more than the house they bought. Yeah. So what else, Kim? Should I just grab another picture?
Sure, if you've got
Get
pictures
rid
lined up.
of the. Oh, I got all kinds of pictures.
I wrote. Oh, I'll tell my story because it's quick. And when I was a couple of years ago, I was in Florida for almost a month. I went down for some events with some friends in Orlando, or near Orlando, and after being there for 10 days, I I had a friend who just happened the next week to be at a convention in Miami. Yeah, in Miami. So I took a megabus down to Miami to meet with them and for a convention down there, which was fun. And then I got a ride up to visit with my brother, who was at port with his sailboat in somewhere in Florida. I don't remember the name of the town. Just a little place where you can dock your boat kind of cheap. He was living on his boat. Oh, Mexican Spec remembered about my injections.
Oh, your injections.
That was crazy.
What is that? That is a Bugatti. So
Yeah, there's
maybe
some
it's
there.
maybe it's a reproduction. I don't know. It looks like a reproduction. I don't remember the top being. I don't remember the windshield back that far, but yeah, I don't know. Looks cool.
Let me tell them
Okay,
about my
so I
injections.
took Kim. I drove her there because I was afraid she wouldn't be able to drive home afterwards. So that's my part of the story.
Yeah, he took me, and I'm glad I didn't have to drive home because I was pretty. It was like I was like in shock afterwards. So, I go in. They ask me a million questions, like, what's the last thing you ate? Last time you drank? This? Do you have this health concerns? Down the list of all the health things that I've already filled out in my paperwork previously 100 times. But anyways, they go over the list extensively, and then I wait. And then I go in the thing, and they lay me face down on the table under an X-ray machine because this is X-ray guided injections, And the doctor's looking, and he says, "What did they call that thing that's in your neck? When they did the surgery, what did they call that?" And I'm like, "Well, it's a fusion. I have a double fusion. Oh, you know what? I forgot laminectomy."
Oh, you didn't tell him that.
I didn't. I
Okay.
forgot that they called it a laminectomy. So they
Like
did
it's laminated. Okay.
no,
Okay.
but I forget what laminectomy. Anyways, so and with instrumentation, and he was like, "What state did they do this in?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?"
You know what I said?
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, the
in
state of
Pittsburgh. And they're
confusion.
like, "Okay, yeah." Like that was their answer. I'm like laying on the table, waiting for them to jab me in the spine with needles, and they're asking me these questions. Like, so yeah. So I'm laying there, and he's like, "All right, this is gonna burn." And God, did it burn! Oh man, because they put cortisone shots in to numb it.
KJ Kylie, hello.
1, 2, 3. I mean, it burned like I just wanted to scream. But like you they tell you ahead of time that it's not. You know what you're signing up for. So I was like, okay. She was like, "Are you all right?" I'm like, "Yeah, we could keep going. We could do this." So then he had to put 3 shots in the other side, and then they made me wait about 15 minutes, and then he put the stuff in, which it just felt like lumpy and pressure. Um, but then I was just like in shock because it was like terrifying, and then I just came home and slept the rest of the day, and I was really sore the next. My neck was really sore the next day from the thing, and then I'm doing okay.
Well,
Now I'm okay.
when she
I
came
don't know.
out, she was in there for a half an hour. I think it was 29 minutes. She was in there and she came walking out, and I see her walking across. She's like way across the room, walking over to where I'm sitting. She's going really slow. I
Yeah.
thought, uh oh. So I get up, go over to her, she grabs onto me. I said, "Can we go, or do you have to do anything?" She goes, "No, I can go. We can go." So head out toward the door, and I open the door, and she's just holding on to my shoulders. We slowly go out to the car. She was okay sitting down, and I just really took it easy going home. No gassing it or stepping on the brakes hard or anything, and got her home. And she got in bed and just like propped herself up with some pillows or something, and said, "Are you okay?" And she goes, "I don't know." Okay, but by the end of the day, she was doing better.
Colleen, I'm sorry, I didn't really preempt with the explanation of why, but I've had a multiple fusion in my neck, and I have nerve damage, and I have arthritis from the surgery and from prior damage to my neck. Basically, I had a broken neck, a mild broken neck. They put it back together, and now it hurts all the time, and I get all kinds of neurological sort of issues and pain and just they're trying to do pain blocking, but they need to see that I can tolerate this procedure before they even inject the medication. Like they have to do this twice. I have to be able to tolerate it twice. Like they don't want me to like start vomiting in the middle of the procedure or something like that. Like that's a real concern. Like they need to know that I can physically and mentally, emotionally tolerate the procedure. So the insurance company requires them to do it twice with just the blocker before they can put the medicine in. So I got to do it twice. I'm scheduled to go back next month and do it again. And if I can handle that, and I don't have any major issues, it really hasn't helped. I noticed differences in the pain and
I
the
asked you.
discomfort.
I asked you that last night,
Yeah.
and you remember what you said?
No.
You said, "I think it's a little better."
Yeah. Like I noticed, like peripherally, I can feel my fingers differently.
THC, is that an option? Probably not.
It is not. It's illegal in Tennessee. It's not an option. And I would prefer not to go the medical marijuana route because insurance does not cover it and it's expensive.
Well,
And so it's just not my first choice. And when I was younger, I smoked pot and drank and stuff like that. And I really would rather not go that route. Although it does help some people. I know that there's some.
I've never seen Kim drink any alcohol. I've never seen her take any drugs other than prescription stuff that's not really bad painkillers. You know, takes what I would call mild painkillers
I take the minimum I can get away with.
that anybody would take. You know, yeah. Kim sent you a picture for Buff. Oh, how did you send it?
It's probably in. She sent me messages in my phone.
Oh, you got to go get your phone.
Yeah. Let me go get it.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm just flashing pictures up there of anything that will. I'm trying not to be distracting. I'm just putting stuff up there for the fun of it, like that thing.
But anyways, thank you everyone for the well wishes. I'm doing fine. I'm okay. We've been out working on the car the last couple days here and there. No, not just here and there. A lot, actually.
We've been working on her car. She's been working on her car a lot, and I hope you're watching her channel, because she
been a lot
sent.
going on my
Well,
channel.
you put a short up.
I did.
With the you put a lot of shorts up, but you put one short up with the wheel bearing, the outer wheel bearing on the right front. That was what about the scariest looking wheel bearing I've ever seen.
That was pretty bad.
And it was pretty good short, you know.
Oh, okay. It's the bus.
The bus.
Yeah, here, check it out.
Oh, you've been working on the. Last time I saw it, the floor was all they were tearing shit out of, tearing old flooring out, throwing it out the back. Oh yeah. What's your plan with that? What's the whole thing gonna be? Look up wild lettuce. It's nature's opium, non-addictive, huh? There are things around the yard we can eat, but I think we've got a garden.
I have considered, but it is serious enough that I need to maintain a relationship with my doctor in regard to, working on things. So I'm just doing the things. I appreciate everyone who offers concern and support because it's not easy. Medical stuff is rough. Most of us are going to have to face it at some point. And but I don't really want it's really not what the stream is about. So we could talk about it, but I don't want to dwell on it too much. Hopefully, it becomes less and less of an issue as time goes on, not more and more of an issue. I've seen people who are on YouTube who have some pretty severe medical issues, and it's life-threatening, and I'm past that part. Actually, I was at a point for a while where my health was deteriorating really, like we're talking like 5 years ago. I was in a wheelchair, and my health was deteriorating rapidly because of my how badly I was the nerve damage was and stuff like that. But we've got those things under control, and I don't know. I have to pace myself no matter what. I don't expect to ever be back to what other people would like, what I would want to be. But hey, I'm no spring chicken either. We just do what we can. I'm enjoying life. We've got things we're slowly trying to work towards. I've started to recognize that working on trucks is too heavy of work for me.
Tough. Yeah, and
Yeah.
you brought a bunch of trucks on board, and you were,
I
I don't
really
like
dig
I
trucks.
don't like working on trucks because you got to climb over them and climb under them, and I'm short. It's just not fun. And the little A-bodied Chryslers they're kind of fun because you open the hood and their stuff's right there, and
Okay, so the
you know,
nice thing about trucks is they're easier to get underneath. That
oh
A
yeah,
body has about this much space, and we don't have a lift. But the trucks barely fit in the garage, so then you're stuck working in the yard. So when I'm looking at projects, I really have to think it through a little bit. Like, is that the work that I want to be doing? So, but
all
it's arts
drab
and
got it.
crafts, people.
All drab got it. That is a rendering of a possible new Jensen Interceptor, but I don't know who was working on it or
Oh,
anything. But yeah, you got it. I mean, it has that Jensen look, but
Jensen.
it's like a new one. Yeah, look up Jensen Interceptor. Jensen Interceptor, I think, was from the '70s,
Okay,
and
talk about it.
it's a sports car that's got a Chrysler 440 in it. It's quite a car. Yeah, look at that silver one right there. Brian Straub. Straub. How you doing? Yeah, there's a Jensen Interceptor that's the real one that really was, and it's yeah, Chrysler 440. Oh, the green one down below looks like the rendering.
Yeah, that's another concept. That's
Yeah.
another rendering.
Uh, hope they kept the quad headlights. I love quad headlights.
Oh, it'll be those big dumb wraparound ones.
Yeah. Yeah, look at the you can't see the rendering now, but yeah, it
Okay.
wraps around with some kind of they might be quads. I don't know. They're little tiny quads. I don't know. I really don't know.
Nothing has quads
I just
anymore.
I just stuck it up there to just stick it up there because I'm looking at pictures and I want to share my
There
pictures.
are no neighborhood kids that want to learn. The neighborhood kids up the street, they don't want to mess with old cars. But there are I'm sure there's places like we really I don't know.
Yeah, there's one that stole all the catalytic converters in the neighborhood.
That was a grown man.
Yeah, young grown man. We so we ended up putting a catalytic converter with. I think we did videos on that, putting a catalytic converter on my
Gary
van.
Stafford had 2 open heart surgeries
Gary
within a
Stafford.
10
Hey,
month
dude.
period.
What's that? Say that again.
He said I had 2 open heart surgeries within a 10-month period. Yeah, that would knock it out of you.
Now, Gary's a good friend of mine. He and I have hung out together since we were little kids, and then we were in the Air Force. We were in the Air Force the same time. We met up in Illinois at school in at Chanute Air Force Base, which is now defunct. And then we were at Air Force bases that were about 90 miles apart in Northern California. So we used to see each other on some weekends, and that was back in the CB days. So we had CB radios, and we're still friends. And Gary's up in Idaho somewhere, and he's he's a guy that builds prototype stuff. I don't know what it all is. It's whatever the engineers design. He's the prototype builder, and really skilled builder of stuff. I was at his house when I came back from Oregon. I stopped there in I don't know, less than a year ago, and we were yeah, robotics. Gary says robotics. We were at he takes me out in his garage, and he's got a flight simulator out there for an Airbus, and we get in this thing, and it's just like you're in an Airbus. He built this whole thing. It's amazing. You sit there and you go for a ride, and you feel like you're an airliner. He's flying it. Pretty good stuff, Gary. Uh,
Your
uh,
car has 2 projector headlights.
my car does have two projector headlights. What's
It's not
that? I
quite the
missed
same.
something. I missed something.
They
about
were
that.
just talking about they want the headlights to be the same, and
Oh, to have quad projectors. Well, my Corvette had that. Oh, the Corvette was on the Corvette was on the thumbnail.
yeah, it was.
What the heck?
Oh, we've circled around to the thumbnail unintentionally. That's pretty cool.
Where did I put it?
I don't know.
Where did I put it? Um. Oh.
But Mexican Spec, when kids play football, they run around and around and around and around, and it wears them out.
Gary
This
says
is good.
he goes, I can't fly the rear ones anymore. Sim is the next best thing. I even gave up on the Sims because I just not going to put that much work into a Sim. Gary built this thing. It's a work of art. His garage, a 3-car
Oh, I
garage.
remember you telling me
Oh,
about
I
it.
showed you pictures of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wow, was that cool.
So I might have the pictures somewhere. So
Only we had resources where we could instantly pull up pictures.
so Gary used to have back in the day when they were still not old. He had his daily driver was a Plymouth Duster. Let's see here. I don't know where this stuff is. Where did
Oh,
I
speaking
put
of
it?
daily drivers, I'm still trying to get my 66 start to be able to drive at all. I've never drove it since I brought it back. I brought it back from Murfreesboro. I got it from Mopar Al and Tony. I drove it home. It was a pretty long drive. Was it taking an hour to get home in it?
Hour and a half, hour and
Hour and a
45 minutes. Yeah.
It sat under a tree for a long time because I was too busy to get to it. And then now every time I turn a wrench on it, I find something else that's really got to be done before I can take it anywhere.
Yeah.
I've been working on it solid for a couple weeks.
There's my Corvette had 4 projector headlights in it.
That's okay.
Gary Stafford, manual, no AC. Yeah, I was a slant 6 Duster, I think. Yeah, Gary and I were both pilots. His father, father was a pilot. He took me for my first airplane ride, and it was in a Piper Tri-Pacer, if any of you know what that is. And Gary and my brother sat in the back seat, and I sat up front with his father, and we flew like half an hour to somewhere, and his father let me fly the airplane. I was probably about 14 years old, and man, that changed my life. It's all I thought about after that was airplanes. And then, so there's that car. That shows my what you call it, my quad headlights there. I'm trying to find another one that Gary will like. Oh, where is it? Here it is.
Lamborghini Espada. Oh, I don't like the back end of that car. It's really weird.
Oh yeah, it looks like a station wagon almost. Kind of like a '69 Mustang, as flat as that is in the back. Gary, Gary, answer me. Do you care if I show pictures of like your father? I want to show a picture of your father, but I want your permission before I do it. And I'm hoping he says something. I hope he's still there.
Yeah, he's there.
That yep was a different yep. So
I know. Yeah.
not that everybody wants to. I can show a car in the meantime. I think some people have seen this, but you have to put it up on the screen. Gary says no
Okay,
problem.
No problem. All right.
Okay, so Gary's father built this car. I'm in the way of the wheel well. He built that car out. That's all aluminum. There's no frame under it. It's a unibody. That thing weighed 800 pounds. It had a Crosley 4-cylinder, which is a small engine, 750cc inline engine, and that thing would go 100 miles an hour. It's just amazing to me. And later, in the mid-60s, he built that in 1958. In the mid-60s, he converted it to electric power. He had batteries under the hood, and he had motors in the back. And it'd go about 60-ish, probably 45 reliably. And it was quite a car. And then I want to bring up, this is early on, back when he first built it. Um, there he is. That's Howard Stafford, and he sadly died young because of heart problems. But he was quite a guy. He just took me for my first airplane ride. Worked on airplanes. He was owned his own business where he worked on back in the day when you had television, radio repair. He's like magic to me. He knew how everything worked. He built a car, a unibody car from the ground up, you know. And there he is. You don't meet many people like him. I mean, you don't meet any people like him anymore, you know. It looks like Dallas, Dallas, Dallas.
Yeah, I could see the Dallas Brown comparison.
Oh, Dallas. Oh, that Dallas. Oh, okay. Yeah. Send you a copy of that pic. You know where I got that pic, Gary? I'll send it to you. I'll say it when we're done here. I'll send it. I got that from your sister. Put it on Facebook. Oh, yeah. You know, my father taught me a lot, and he was a printer. You know, like in the old days with printing presses and all that, and he taught printing management technology at a university. So, but he was kind of quiet, and he didn't have a lot of projects at home. He had a few, but man, we had a fence between our house and Gary's house, and I'd go through that gate and go over there, and we'd end up in Howard Stafford's garage, and Gary and I'd be in there, and they always building something and making something, and it just he was one of those guys, you know, always fixing stuff, always building stuff, and
You've talked
quite a
about
character.
him many times. He was
Well,
very influential in your life choices
yeah,
and
he changed my life.
interests.
Look at this. I mean, the guy built a car from the ground up, which is pretty cool. Um, yeah, look at that thing. And and uh, and it was a unibody, 1958. There weren't many unibodies around. He designed a unibody and built it out of. Always thought it was 2024. It was 7075 aluminum, which back then was just called 75 ST. Used to call it ST aluminum, and Gary and I would laugh and go, "Oh yeah, we were." ST means strong, and his dad goes, "Yeah, this stuff is strong," but it was 40 thousandths. That right there, you know that piece of aluminum we have right there? Car's built out of that stuff. So, um, yeah, Merlin 750. In fact, that's what I have it.
The car is still around somewhere,
Uh,
but in a different form, and it's
it's actually
upsetting how it happened.
oh
We
yeah.
probably shouldn't
Although
really tell that
although
story.
Gary knows about it, the guy that has it is an electric car kind of guy, and they're preserving it. So it's just I want it, but sick and tired. Top of the evening, folks. This is my first time here. I want to say hello from Cookville. Wow,
Welcome to the stream.
isn't that where all those Mopars are over there?
Thanks for chiming in.
That guy that sells all the Mopar parts.
It absolutely.
Is that-
No.
is
I
that-
thought that was Centerville.
No,
I don't know. Is there?
I
a
don't know.
guy
Does that
over
make any
there?
sense?
What's
Sick
what's
tired.
that guy's name? Krusty Critters on Facebook Marketplace.
oh, is it not changed into a Prius? No, his to me, this is the guy that got this. I kind of like what he's doing as electric car because he parks this thing underneath um, a roof thing he made.
A
It's
solar array.
covered with solar collectors. So it's really now it's a solar powered car. And to me, that a hobbyist that makes a solar powered car, yeah, that's what we want. Uh, yeah, see, Gary says it should go to Jay Leno's collection. When I tried to get it back from that guy, the guy that has it now, that's what I was going to do with it. I was going to trailer it to Jay Leno, give it to him. But and Jay has a couple of one-off cars there. There are actually two of these. Howard Stafford and his good friend Bill built two of them at the same time. But Bill sold his early on. Nobody knows what happened to it. This one I know exactly where it is, and it still looks pretty good. It still has that paint on it. Still, they've kept it indoors. I kept it indoors. Uh, Gary, their family kept it inside the hangar where Howard had his airplane. So the thing's spent its life indoors, which is a good thing. Um, and yeah, yeah. Bill's was like British Racing Green, and your dad's was this bright red. Looks like a windshield. Yeah, you know, everything is flat. There's no compound curves in that car. It's flat sheets of metal, flat glass. You get in it by the reason the back of the roof is slanted back is because that roof, it goes like this. It lifts up, and there's a thing that attaches the roof to the front of the windshield, and you just climb over the side because it sits real low. You get down in there and pull the roof down and latch it, and off you go. Or you can unscrew the roof and just drive around without the roof on it. One wonders how many one-off cars there have been throughout the years. Yeah, I just wish I still had that. Had a Rambler Nash. Yeah, that picture that I showed you a minute ago, you can actually see that dash in there. He put the dash right in the middle. So if you look, Kim's head's in the way. Let me scoot this over. That right there is like from a 50 Nash, 49 or a 50 Nash. If you look at a 49 or a 50 Nash, it has that, they called it a scope, came up in the middle. Monkey Mobile. Yeah, Monkey Mobile was like 20 years later. This thing was actually kind of small. It was like the size of it's smaller than an MGB, a little bit smaller than an MGB. And you can imagine, 800-pound car. And then when he switched it over to electric he had 6-volt lead acid batteries up front, all hooked in, I guess they were somewhere in series, somewhere in parallel, and 2 electric motors in the back. It was weighing in about 850 pounds then. But still, it's a lightweight car. And you see where he did not paint it right on the, whatever you want to call it, the sill right there. And that's because you climbed over, you kind of rubbed your butt on that on the way across. Who you waving to?
Sick and tired says he's got to go.
Oh, you got to head out. Hey, thanks for stopping in.
Oh, we're here every Tuesday.
And stop in anytime. And yeah, we're just like talk about cars or whatever else comes up. So good to see you. Monkey Mobile was mid to late 60s. Yeah, so it was, Monkey Mobile was 10 years after this. I know it's accurate, but I dream of finding a 69-inch Camaro, welding the front carriage out of a Sabre in it. Oh, front-wheel drive Camaro. Man, yeah, I don't know about that. Those front drive cars, what I'd always like to do is get the whole front drive thing out of another one and put it in the back. And then you got all-wheel drive, twin engine. You could really make something. Who's the guy? No Name Nationals had the
with the little car.
It was
like a Metro or something.
Yeah, it was a Geo Metro. It wasn't a Geo Metro, but the same body. It was a Mitsubishi something. And he put a 3800 or 3.8 or 3800, whichever the front drive is, put that whole thing in the back. So he had the turbocharged engine in the back, and man, was that thing fast. Yeah, let's see, Gary said, 2 chain drive golf cart motors. So the horsepower wasn't real high, but man, did they have torque. If you just, the way it worked was there was a shifter in the center console where you could change the power, and then the gas pedal was just a button on the floor, and when you touched that was the ground. So when you let off on it, the batteries are no longer grounded. So if you put it in the high range and then touch that, it'd chirp off the tires pretty good. So it'd take off. So how would you cool the rear engine? Oh, I just cool it. Yeah, I just run tubes up front. I don't know. I'd figure it out. I'm a cooling system guy. I can make stuff cool. But I've done
move air around. Lots of air.
I've done Corvairs with Tornado engines in the back, or a Tornado engine in the back, and I ran tubes up front like a Pantera. Put a radiator up front with some slits up there. So, do I remember the Twin Star Eldorado? I sure do. Yep, there was also a Tornado that had the same kind of thing. There was a Tornado somebody did like that, like a 66 or 7 Tornado, and then the Twin Star Eldorado. Look at that. Look at that. That right there.
This one?
Right there.
This one?
This way.
This one?
Yeah, look where the back wheels are. Yeah, click on that. Put that up on the screen. Yeah, you can see the back wheels. What they did on the Twin Star Eldorado was they ran the... You can see the wheels are in the wrong place. But, you know, that thing probably go good.
That's wild, yeah. They really put them back there.
2 North Stars, front and back.
2 new, oh wow.
2 North Star engines. Yeah.
Double the trouble.
Double the trouble. North Star's a great engine once it's put together right. They just didn't put them together right at first.
Well, the aluminum, they struggled.
Well, the problem was the studs holding the heads down. Calvin Nivlak,
Yeah.
Nivlak 57. Yeah, I mean he's building one of those, and he shows all the problems, how they fixed them, how to do all that. It's pretty good stuff. So I'm sure theirs will be good. Everything they do is good. The Vector cars use the Tornado transaxle in the rear. Yeah, all the bad block threads. You got a picture of Sim? I do, but I think it's on my phone. I would have to do some moving around.
Yeah, maybe. Well,
Let me see.
We would try it another time. Or you could plug the. Do you need a cable?
Let's see here. Let's see what I can find. Let's see if I can
Alright.
find out where. I don't know because I have. Oh man, look at that. That's hard stuff. I can do it. I can do a John Wilburn. Just. That's pretty much for Gary.
Oh, I'd have to have a better.
Yeah, it's hard to see it on the phone. That's Gary's mom and dad. Here we are. Here's the Sim. Yeah, how do I get it from here to there?
Well,
I'd have to.
I can get you a cable.
Some screwing around.
Talk
Yeah, there
about
was
something else for just
there
a minute.
was a table. There was a
Well,
cable on the table.
That's my cable.
There's a cable on the table, but it's gone. I used to autocross with a guy who built a rear-engine Ford Fiesta with a Tornado transaxle small block Chevy. Yeah, man, that's thing with the Tornado transaxles. You start getting horsepower up on them, the chain won't take it. So I don't know what the limit is on those things. Probably about 500 horsepower or something. Jay Leno has that. Okay, you're gonna unplug some. Oh yeah, you're gonna unplug that. My lights are gonna go out. Okay. You gotta plug it back in. I'll plug this in. I gotta do some screwing around here. I gotta figure out how to move stuff from it was a tube frame. I gotta figure out how to do this.
You can do it.
October 13th. Yeah, I know, but it's like way back in the...
Oh.
It's way back in... It's way back. It's in the way back machine. Oh. Okay, I found there. I don't know how to do this. What were the...
Chevy
the
Cobalt.
file names. Oh, I know what's wrong. The file names. How do I... Gary, I've got these pictures. They're so far back on my phone. I don't know the file.
Sort by date.
Oh, I could do that. Sort on the phone by date.
Yeah.
See, now you got me doing technical stuff while
I know.
I'm online here. View. Oh, list.
Eldorado Torrent. Everybody likes these Eldorados, apparently.
I think this group here likes some really varied stuff, which I kind of like because...
Oh, yeah, we just like cars, don't we?
Because we had, a lot of the group we hang out with they're so Mopar, and we just, we get really stuck in that. And then we have Mopars. But I like everything, man.
Because we like pain.
Can you read this? I tried to paste my picture, but couldn't do it to the form. Oh yeah, you can't do that, Gary.
It doesn't let you.
Doesn't let you do that.
That's a problem with YouTube that they don't. You can't even
What
give
is
people
this?
permissions to post pictures, and I don't know. Or maybe you can and just haven't figured it out. I started a Discord channel. Has anybody used Discord? I didn't get any feedback about the Discord channel, so I figured maybe it was just something nobody was interested in doing. But Discord is nice because you can share photos real easy. But I don't know. But it's yet another application to run, and not everybody wants to run 5 million applications on their phone or computer.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to put this onto. Oh, I know what to do. I think. Oh, what do I do?
So the thing about building a custom car from nothing, or just from pieces of other random cars to build something, is it is a lot of work, extreme dedication, focus of purpose, and we are definitely not that here. We are squirrel everywhere, running across the power lines. We're just like we were talking about the bugs. I've been trying to clean up the bugs, right? So I started disassembling the pool, and then the weather got too warm, couldn't work outside the same, or then I'm not feeling well, or then like the weeds start growing up on the house, and I got to change. Discord is like a gamer chat. Like if you were talking on your headset to your other friends while you were gaming, and you were like, "Yeah, he's behind the bushes," you'd use Discord like everybody. But it also has like threads like Reddit, and like forums, so you can make posts and respond. It's really good for certain people, but not everybody. It doesn't have to be for gamers, but I think it started as a gamer kind of thing. You don't have to be live on it, but you could just click on it and see if anybody's posted anything. Like I used to be on the forums for the Slant 6 people, so that was my understanding of forums. But Discord lets you do stuff that's like live. Like we could do exactly what we're doing here on Discord. People could log into Discord and watch our stream, but then they could interact with it too, like we do with StreamYard. You can do all that on Discord. But everybody is used to finding us on YouTube, so we're using YouTube as our tool. If we went to Discord, then we'd lose a bunch of people. Plus, we'd lose our ability to grow the community. That's the really great thing about YouTube is it makes us very discoverable to other people who want to do No Name Nationals, or other people who are working on cars or whatever, and like we grow community, which is, more fun. More people, more fun. To a point. At some point, it's overwhelming, and it.
Okay, can you put that up?
Okay. We're back to Flight Simulator.
This is Gary sitting in his flight simulator with me sitting next to him, and it's an Airbus A320.
Where is Gary?
He's in Idaho.
And you were in Idaho for some reason that I can't recall.
I was in Oregon, and I was coming back. You know what day this was? This was the day of the eclipse, the full eclipse that went over there, and we all went outside, and it got real dim out there. It was kind of interesting.
Was this last year, or was it early this year?
It's not quite a year ago. It was October 13th of. I'm trying to find some of the other pictures. Oh, here we go. Here's another one. Yeah, that. And see this thing right down here. That's a thing that has all these push buttons on it in the real airplane. And he made that look like the one in the real airplane, and it actually touches stuff on the touch screen, so it works. It's pretty cool stuff.
I see it. Wow, that's neat.
So I don't know how many people here are really into flight simulators.
Rebuilds makes as much money on Facebook as YouTube. Yeah, I've heard that Facebook is starting to do monetization kind of things.
Who does?
auto auction
Oh.
rebuilds. Because weren't you saying that somebody was taking pictures?
Junk Car Willie.
Junk Card Willie was saying that there was a couple times he made some good money off of YouTube posting.
He says he makes more.
pictures
He says he makes more on
on Facebook. Yeah.
Facebook than he does on.
So there's opportunities, but I have a completely different like friend group on Facebook than I do on YouTube, and there's starting to be some like more like I'm growing the group of people that I share with on Facebook with my car community more, but like it's such different communities that I have on YouTube from Facebook. Like I almost don't want them to interact because like there's a lot of different political ideals between the two groups, and I just don't want to make trouble. It's not fun.
And then this, Gary, you can tell us.
He had such a good time coming out to visit you, Gary. He
Gary,
talked and talked
it's
and
like,
talked about
I
it.
just wanted to stay there for a while, but I had to get moving. But at least I got to be there, you know. Gary, you can explain what that is. That's that thing I was telling you about that has all the push buttons on it, like the real airplane. But it's actually touching a touch screen, so it works. I thought that was just so slick. And Gary's one of these guys that just figures out how to do stuff like that. And pretty good stuff. And Gary, I'll send you those pictures of your father and the cars after we're finished here.
I don't know Mexican Spec, but if you figure it out, make a YouTube video about how to monetize your Facebook page, and you'll get lots and lots of interest. I mean, just within this small group of people, there's several people who would love to know how to make that work. And we would watch a YouTube video about it. So there is your content suggestion for today. I may steal it myself and use it. Figure it out. I mean, it would be great if we made money, but no beer tonight.
Beer? Where's beer?
They asked if you're drinking beer tonight.
No,
Hold up your drink.
This looks like beer, doesn't it? I'll show you what it is.
It definitely has a beer.
I laugh. I say it's a mixed drink because it is sort of mixed up. It's Diet Georgia Peach.
From Lipton.
And because I like the carbonation, I mixed it with some sparkling water.
Fizzy water.
And that makes it. And then Kim put ice in it, but the ice is, or she asked me to put ice. I guess I put the ice. Ice is gone, but it's cold enough. No beer. I used to drink beer, but I don't know. When I was young, when Gary and I were in the Air Force, I mean, that's what you did when you had your time off, go to the bowling alley and screw around and drink beer. And then as time went on, there was less and less of that, to the point where I just can't drink alcohol anymore because it's so bad for me. It's because I'm a diabetic, so if I want everything to be off balance, just go have a couple of beers. And it causes a lot of trouble, so can't do that.
So the thing about monetizing your channel, right? It is not my priority because it requires me to try and sell you something. I know that like that it doesn't, but that's the reality of it. Is it to monetize yourself or your community, trying to convince, it turns into another job. And honestly, this is already trying to
I
run
didn't
my
know.
cars
I was
and
clicking.
record things is already a job. But then you also have to, and then you are very beholden. Then you find yourself chasing views and chasing certain kinds of content that get you the biggest response financially, instead of doing the things that you want to do, the things that are rewarding. And right now we are retired in a position where we can do the things that we want to do and enjoy and share the kinds of content that we like with the people who want to share it with us, right? I know the names. I recognize all the names of the people that are in this live. And in order to be able to monetize, we'd have to have a lot more people in here. And it would have to be my drive to fill this live up with people, not make connections with people, you know? And so, like, you know, like football players don't
Oh.
care who you are. They want to fill the stadium so they can make millions of dollars, right? Whereas, like, that's not our goal to fill a stadium. We just want to make connection with the people in our community.
Yeah, Carrie, do a channel about your flight sim. I'll be the first one that's watching that.
That would be cool. Like, you have some really, really cool stuff. Although I don't know how it becomes a
Doesn't make
channel.
dollars.
Does it
Doesn't make sense.
become a channel?
Here's a guy that's always in here. That's trying to make a business. And I think he actually has made a business because I bought things from him. I bought lights from him, and then he also has the all the cars he has for sale. I recognize that. Yeah, I guess you do. The flight sim community is huge. Yeah, I bet it is.
Oh, they would love to see it.
And yours is I don't know. Of course, I haven't kept up with that kind of thing. I've been selling taillights since 2005. Yeah, okay. So you've been at that for 19 years. Man, yeah, well, because we bought. You remember we bought lights for
Side marker lights.
side marker lights
your car.
for the
For the Valiant.
Valiant.
Oh,
And
nice.
other than getting stuck in customs for
Oh,
4 or 5 or 6 days or something.
wasn't it over like a holiday weekend or
Yeah,
something?
it was something screwy like that. It was Thanksgiving or something.
Yeah, it was
So,
just
but
like,
you know,
oh,
I got them. We
man.
opened them up, and they're just perfect. They're exactly what
Have
we
we
wanted.
even installed them yet?
Yes,
We're
I
in a big hurry to get them.
yeah, I installed
We
them.
put them all in.
Don't you remember that's when I bought all the LEDs and we were going around, we turned the lights off in the shop, and we had all the lights on the car and doing videos of the LEDs because the LEDs.
That was
there
a
you
big project converting to LEDs. The flasher didn't want to work, and we had some problems with it. We had a bad wire in the kick panel that was completely we didn't know.
Just random, yeah. And it was Kim that figured out the whole flasher thing. She made that work, and it did not work with the LEDs because the LEDs don't draw enough current, so the original flasher doesn't see it. But there's a flasher that looks just like the original flasher that fixes that problem, and she made it all work.
You have to put an extra ground in the
You
system.
have to. There's 3 prongs instead of 2, and you have to ground one of them. But big deal, you know. And then a lot of the wiring in the back was really dubious old wiring, and I replaced a lot of wiring that was in the trunk. And when I did it, I just got back there with a good soldering. Where's my soldering thing?
Some of it's right here.
No, I know where it is on the kitchen table.
Oh,
Where else?
yeah,
Where
show
else
off
would?
your
Where else
soldering.
would soldering stuff be? On the kitchen table. I'm gonna go get it because
Okay, yeah.
it's a cool prop.
Well, I'll talk for a minute while you're gone. So, Lester LeSabre, you're retired. It's time to do what you want when you want. I mean, obviously, we are not that well off that we can do whatever we want when we want. But but that also means we can't chase. We can't chase after like we can't just the content that does seem to get a lot of you. Everybody loves to chase after a new project. We can't keep getting new cars here.
You keep getting new cars.
We
here.
can't do it though. Like
you keep getting new cars.
there's subscribers. Someone like Pole Barn Garage, he works on a new car every week or every other week. He gets in another different car. We cannot do that. We can't. A couple cars a year is all that we can move through here, or else we get overwhelmed financially. And we can't really build cars to sell. Like, we wouldn't make any money anyways. Like, we're going to have to sell some of these cars at a loss just so we can keep it rolling at some point.
Well, there's about the coolest thing I've seen all evening. Mexican Spec. If anybody, wants a personalized plate like this one, I can do that for you. I'm
Nice.
making the page. I'm a license plate collector. Yeah. We got to do that. Okay.
Oh, yeah, we need to get a Buffalo
So-
Campo plate.
So, I said I was
We'll
soldering.
be talking to you. That'll be a good Christmas present. Can I get that for you for Christmas? A Buff Del Campo plate?
I don't think Buff Del Campo fit. You might get Del Campo.
I'll just
Okay.
get a buff plate, and then the region will be Del Campo.
Gary says he does all his soldering under a microscope. He's like works in a world that's like so tiny. It's all perfect
Okay,
stuff.
here the side cam.
Oh, what
isn't
happened to
working.
our screen? Oh, this is my messy desk.
It died
What? It died.
immediately when I started moving it.
Why'd you move it?
Because I didn't know it was going to
Just
die.
put it back the way it was. This looks terrible.
No,
What is that? That's my head. Okay,
okay, side cam. I gotta
that doesn't work. Now get rid of that. That's
give it
terrible.
a second. I gotta deactivate it and reactivate it.
Can they see all that? Oh, there we go.
They can't see. All
Okay, show this.
I shook it too hard.
This is. Oh man, I guess we're in front of it. This is my soldering station. It's there's expensive Weller ones like this, but this is a cheap Chinese one that works so well. You can set. There's a knob there, and it digital it sets the temperature.
You can change the display from Celsius to
Centigrade
Fahrenheit.
Celsius to Fahrenheit. It comes with a bunch of different tips. So, okay, let's get this off because I don't like the view here
Oh, I'm sorry.
because we got
A mess in the kitchen.
and you're like pointing a camera at all our messes.
Sorry.
we live in a heap of
Don't
shit.
show anybody reality.
Well, what happens is
We only want to show them the
it's
shiny,
like
happy everything.
Here's the stuff we're gonna take up the shop. Okay, there's a little more, and pretty soon there's a pile, and we can't take it all up. And then you show the pile. Okay, did you paint that wall green? No, that wall is a green piece of cloth.
like
use
felt
it.
fabric.
Hakko solder station at work. I don't know what that is, but I guess we could look it up. Looked up. Amilcar Hispano Special. It has old aero engine in it. Why does that sound so familiar? Is that the one with it's got a radial engine on the front of it and a propeller? Semi 50-year-old Weller soldering iron. You know when I was in, that's what you use, Gary. Which one? What are you looking at? Oh, I bet it. Look for the most expensive one. I bet that's the one they use at work. Yeah, I have a soldering gun, a Weller soldering gun that I got. I think I sold Christmas cards when I was like in third grade. I went around the neighborhood selling all these Christmas cards, and then you got points, and you could buy something, and I bought that soldering gun. I still have that soldering gun. You've used it, I think, yeah?
Okay.
The gun, the one that looks like a gun. And when I was in third grade, I got a Heathkit walkie-talkie. Built it. My dad helped me with it some, but that's why I needed that soldering gun. So that's what Gary uses, is something like that. Of course, there's all different ones. Oh, man. How do you cordless setup with kitty-proof holder? You still have a soldering gun too, Gary. I bet you do. Yeah, soldering gun's got a big thing. Okay, what are you looking up now? This thing? Oh, this isn't what I was thinking it was.
Buick Smith mentioned the Amilcar Hispano Special.
Yeah, but that's not what I thought it was. This is what it is.
Oh.
Yeah, you can imagine the guys racing stuff like this. They didn't have any seatbelts or anything. A lot of times mechanics rode with them. It's crazy stuff. No mechanic in that one, but
Why did they do that? What were they thinking?
well, what size engine was that? That must have been enormous. The car probably didn't weigh very much.
Enormous.
Engine, the tires. Look at the side view, the one with all, it's like some kind of big V engine or something. It's for an airplane.
I don't know. It might only be a little
Who knows?
4-cylinder, or
Has
just
a
all on one side.
2-speed chain drive. Hopefully the chain doesn't ever fly off. Some surface mount resistors are smaller than a grain of rice. Oh,
Yeah, they're
man.
tiny.
Gary, you never knew about this job I had. I got hired by a guy in Ohio. One of those times I was looking for work, which is almost always. And there was a guy that hired me, and he had bought a Japanese built surface mount machine that had all these big reels of components, and it put all the components on the on the
Talking
circuit
about
boards.
components, I'll go to the dining room. Go ahead.
Put all the components on the circuit board. I'm starting to cough again. Got to get a cough drop in. So it didn't work, and the only instructions he had were in Japanese, and he hired me to make it work. so his son was a pretty sharp guy. Shit. His son and I got that machine working. And so we did all these surface mount circuit boards. And then the machine, it was supposed to run fast, but it didn't. It had put the stuff on, and we cooked these boards in this oven, and it was quite a operation. But I was actually first time I ever saw surface mount. When was it? That was like 1998, probably. What's this? Salute. Where's this? Where is this? Where is this?
You sneezed.
Oh, that's what salute me. Man, I am, yeah, when my throat starts to get dry, I'll start having a sneezing fit.
Okay, give me a second. We are at an hour and 21 minutes. I thank everyone for being here so far. We're not being done. We're going to go for quite some time, but I need a momentary break. All this drinks and stuff like that. So you get to be entertaining while I go away for a minute again, and I will be back. Like I said, thanks everyone for being here. I think we're having a good time tonight. Lots of good conversation in the chat. Did anybody get that reference? No, I didn't get it.
I don't know I don't know. I was like, yeah.
Heck, I didn't get it. But I saw it.
So now I'm sitting here in the dining room by myself with this crazy microphone. Kim likes that mic. We ran 14 SMT machines on 27 lines of cards when I was at Killdeer Mountain Manufacturing. See, this was a small operation. The guy made these little boxes that, it's when electric fans were not on all cars. So he made an electric fan, and then he made this box with a temperature sender on it. But anyway, the box had the circuit board. And man, he wanted this machine to work. But he really hired me because he had I was like a 2-year-old Toyota Celica that had been crashed that he bought. And he hired me to fix it. And I fixed it. And then it got wrecked again. Yeah, these were like 1960s and 70s, I think. But yeah, they sure look like something out of the 20s. It's a D104. This was back in the CB days. But Gary and I both had the Turner. Gary had a Turner Plus 2, and I had a Turner Plus 3 mic. And I prefer the Turner to the D104. But I got this on eBay. It was supposed to work, and it didn't work. But then we fixed it. Now it works. Works quite well. I used to autocross late 70s and early 80s Celicas. Yeah, this was like a 93, 94 Celica, 95, something like that. And somebody had gone off the road with it, just tore the shit out of one side of it. And the where the door latches, it had twisted the quarter panel around. Where the door latches onto that part of the door jamb, and then it caught something in the front end and it pushed the radiator back into the engine. But I had, if any of you know what a Porta-Power is, that's the tool I should show. I should do a short on the Porta-Power. I could do 20 shorts on the Porta-Power.
Yeah, those kick ass.
A Porta-Power is a hydraulic jack that has a hose that runs out to the little pieces of jacks that you can put in different things. I had a big long thing in there, and I had it all set up, and I straightened that door jamb out. Got it really well. We bought a new door for it, or he bought a new door. I had to move everything in there, put a window, put all the stuff inside that door, repainted that whole side of the car. And that door clicked closed so nice. And he had it for sale out in front of his business. Business is on a corner. There's a big old crash there one morning. Some guy ran a light and hit a big semi truck. It was a McDonald's hamburger bun truck. And he broadside the truck and got it off course, came up on my boss's lot and broadsided the Celica. Well, the second time it got hit, it pushed everything up to the center console. He got more, the insurance paid him more than he was asking for it. So, that's good. Celica did Cal Worthington used to say that? Or talk to you on your CBs from Beale Air Force Base near Travis because it's man. Gary had the coolest job. He was see, I was a jet engine mechanic, so I was a specialist, which sounds cool, but you're kind of stuck on engines. Gary is an aircraft maintenance specialist, which means he gets an airplane. He was a crew chief on an airplane, which KC-135, that refueled the SR-71s. So he was working on the SR-71 program. Man, cool job. And Gary, you had I don't know what it was like. It might have been a pain in the ass. But from my point of view, it sure looked cool. And I was working on C-141s and C-5s, which are kind of not very exciting. What you bringing in? Yeah, Gary Stafford, coolest airplane ever. Yeah, anything up from the, engage the Buicks. Anything more exotic than the SR-71 was a spacecraft. I mean, that's the way it was. So, yeah, everywhere the SRs went, that's where Gary went. It's pretty cool. The LA Speed story on YouTube is still my favorite video about the SR-71. See, I don't know about that. Oh, I know what that is. Is that where, what's his name? He just died a year or so ago. The SR-71 pilot wrote the book, the big coffee table book about, they were calling in asking, somebody asked what their speed was. You could tell a story. The SR was obviously going really fast. Brake release to 30,000 feet, 3 minutes. Yeah, but Gary, it seems to me they used to take off, and the first thing they do is hit a tanker and fill up, didn't they? I think. I worked in California for Lockheed, and they handled the shuttles. They used a cart with a couple of nail heads. Yeah, they had Buick engines to start the SR until they couldn't get pieces and parts, and then I think they went over to big block Chevys. That's what I heard. I don't know. Gary probably knew more than I did. Of course, Gary and I were in the Air Force from 1973 until probably 1983, something like that. Yep, take off with a light fuel. Yeah, that's what I thought. Take off with a light fuel load. I remember Gary. I don't know. Gary used to tell me, you see a couple of tankers take off. You knew the SR was going up. So they'd go up there and hit a tanker. When the Challenger accident happened, they moved me to the SR-71 program. Oh, that's pretty cool. SR-71, my cool. Carol Shelby and Jack Roush only collaborated once on a Mustang. Their tribute car with the SR-71 features. I saw it at EA Oshkosh before they auctioned it for charity. Cool. Well, Gary got to work in that program, which is really cool stuff. The Beale Air Force Base. I used to go up to Beale sometimes, see Gary. He'd come down to Travis sometimes, see me. Yeah, the X-15. Well, the X-15, is it an airplane or a spacecraft? It had rocket power. How high did it go? 300,000 feet? I don't know. I think the X-15 was above. I think it was. I don't know. The X-15 pilots, I think, got their astronaut wings. I think. it had little wings, and the main gear were skids, and they were all the way at the back. You know, because normally an airplane, the mains are like just behind the center of gravity, so that it can rotate the nose up when it takes off, and there's all that geometry has to be right. But the X-15 never took off from the ground, so they had the skids all the way at the back. That thing would come in and land. As soon as those skids hit it, just wham, the nose wheel on the ground. Now, my friend Carl, who died a couple of years ago now, got killed in a stupid car accident. His father worked on the X-15, and he had all these drawings of the nose gear of the X-15. The SR had 18 stages of afterburner. See, I never knew that. Man, that must be smooth, actually, to come in and out of afterburner. Instead of something like these old jets that had one stage, it's like, kaboom, we're in afterburner. I remember seeing F-100s fly in Mojave years after they were used in the military. This is after Vietnam. Man, they put those things in afterburner. Boom. And I don't know if they were going through all the stages or if there was one stage. And the only work I ever did on a F-100 was we had to pull an engine out of one and put it back in. So I wasn't familiar with the operation of it. One of the old Budweiser salt flat cars used a Sidewinder. Also the boost. I don't know about that. Oh, what are we having? Mexican Spec heard the ding, Kim. You're back there microwaving something. Kim?
I didn't want to be rude. That was a toaster oven.
Oh, it's a toaster oven. Well, Mexican Spec says, what are we having? I heard the ding.
I'm hungry. I didn't eat all day. I'm sorry. I didn't have a good day. I knew we were going to stream. I couldn't wear myself out. I was up early. Remember I was up early doing stuff? I don't remember.
After No Name Nationals last fall, I went to Ohio to visit family. Stopped at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base at the Air Force Museum. You know, I still haven't been there. I was in the Air Force all those years, and I never went there. Baby flames would hit the runway when they rotated. Jeez. Burns on the runway. What does SR? You know the real story behind SR? Is President Johnson was a guy that liked to brag a lot. And I think it was supposed to be the RS, was Reconnaissance Specialist. I don't know. But he got it screwed up. And he knew the XB-70 was a bomber. And so he announced the whole country that it was the SR-71, thinking it was the next thing after the XB-70. And therefore we have the SR-71. Because President Johnson was a bragger that got it wrong. The wife is making my dinner right now. I watched it on TV when they touched off the missile boost once over 400 miles. Oh, my God. This secret reconnaissance. Yeah, I think it was super. But yeah, I think it was the story is President Johnson did that. Yeah, the A-12 was the ox cart. That was the code name for the whole thing. The A-12 was a single seater. That was a CIA aircraft, and eventually became the two-seat SR-71, which is an Air Force aircraft. And then there was one in between, which was the YF-12A, which was actually a fighter version, fighter interceptor that had guns up in the nose and the chines. What was the code number of the invisible plane? Seriously ridiculous. What is that about? Oh, supersonic recon. Yeah, sightseeing Russia. You know, SR sightseeing Russia. Yeah, I was reading something that an SR pilot had written, and he had said goodbye to his family in the morning and gone into work like he always did. And sometimes in the office, sometimes he was flying, and he flew a mission that was up to near St. Petersburg, which at the time was Leningrad, and they flew off the coast of Russia and took all these pictures and everything, came back, landed at Beale, and then he came home for dinner. And he said he's just sitting there laughing to himself, because his family's talking to him like he went to work and came home, like he's sitting in his office, but he'd been all the way to Russia and back during the day. That's crazy. It was faster than its bullets. What is she preparing? Oh, in Mexico, what are they preparing? Kim had tortillas here. Said the SR mapped every square mile of the globe twice. Only to get out. The only thing is they did not fly over the Soviet Union. They did not fly over China. They flew close and they were looking in there, but nothing to see in Russia. Been there, done that. You went to Russia. Tims, were you in Russia? I was in Russia in 1997. Rode on Russian trains. I guess you were talking about that, riding on the Russian trains.
We have steaks, but I don't want to cook them because I'd have to keep going outside to the grill while we're streaming, which I guess I'm being just as disruptive as that. I probably should just cook the steaks.
I think the F-19 crash was actually an F-117 crash before it had been announced. There was a 3-star general. Oh no, that was a different one. 3-star general's flying a MiG-23 that we had, we meaning the United States, and he overspeeded it, and the whole thing all came down in pieces.
Ooh.
And I think the rumor was that it was a F-19 stealth fighter, which was, the F-19 was the rumor, and it was a model company that made a thing they called the F-19, but the stealth fighter actually ended up getting the F-117A designation. You were there 99. Wow, I was there in 97. I was there in St. Petersburg, and then all around that whole area, Leningradskaya Oblast, which is way east of there, a small town called Tikhvin. I was out that way, and spent a lot of time in got real brave. Got off the. Oh, what are you doing?
Here's our big YouTuber money, Mexican spec. What is that? $9 and something cents for 2 steaks.
Oh, Yaroslavo.
$5 a piece for steaks for us. I think we deserve it.
Yaroslavo. Yeah, I'd never been out that way. We would launch from Beale, fly to the Middle East, take pictures, back to Beale again. Tankers there and back. Yeah, I don't know how long they go. What do they go, like 2 hours or so, hour and a half before they get fuel? I don't know. I know they carry more fuel than they weigh. Yeah, meat. Oh, Gary used to live across the street from me in another place. We both had little kids, and we lived in a mobile home park, and we ended up across the street from each other again. And I had a big old barbecue, which in the West, that's an event, not a piece of meat. So we had, I had all these steaks, and I cut a couple of them. I couldn't cook them all, and I gave some to Gary, and Gary's eyes were about this big. He gave him all this meat. Oh man, that's the whole story behind that. January 99, it was minus 56 degrees. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, if you're in inland that far. Buick Smith, you're out of here. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, Buick
And
Smith.
sorry
we're driving you away.
Sorry we're talking about all this nonsense and not about cars.
Well, he was here for several hours. Not everybody can stay
$10.
4 hours in our stream.
$10 is about 185. Oh, 185 pesos. That's about 14 days of ground beef. Man. Yeah, this is $10. We won't eat that at once. I mean, that's like 2 days. 2 days of too much meat.
It's 2 meals, and yeah, we can't eat that much meat at once. But yes, it is an extravagance. We don't eat a lot of steak. It's about double the price of other meats. But, I mean, we have to eat something. We can't just be like, well, this is a lot more expensive than in Mexico. Like, we're here. Like, we got to eat. We eat a lot of vegetables, and even those are expensive. So...
Well, airplanes is a different language. Yeah, Gary and I were airplane guys for a good portion of our life, and then, yeah, we moved on to other things. You know, he's still doing his simulator. But I've moved back to where I was when I was a teenager. I'm back on cars again. Tri-tip. Oh, man, they finally have tri-tips here, Gary. Tri-tip is a Western U.S. thing, and they finally got them in Tennessee. And my son, Matt, cooks tri-tips. They are so good. When my kid was here, we bought some pork chops, and that was 137 pesos for 7 chops. Was good though. You should get dinner and a couple of steak and egg breakfast out of a steak.
Yeah, right. That's what they should turn into.
Yeah, Kim and I don't eat meals together usually. We just sometimes we do, but a lot of times it's just we just eat when we're hungry, and we're not always eating the same thing. We can both eat meat, but I get tired eating so much meat, and I'm a kind of a salad kind of guy. I like lots of greenery, and so I don't know. We don't always eat the same thing, but steak's good for a day or two. Costco tri-tip is the best. Really? You know, Gary remembers Matt when he was a little kid. Well, Matt's 42 years old or 43. He's 43 now. And wait a minute, what? He's 42 now. And so he's quite the chef. I mean, he's got a smoker out in the back, and he's got another big grill out there, and he's got all his electronics and thermometers and hooked to his phone. But the stuff he does is so good. Steak and broccoli, hard to beat. She won't eat broccoli.
Broccoli makes me too gassy. Oh man.
I'll eat all the broccoli in the world.
I mean, bloaty, and it goes on for days. It's just like, no. I like I like the taste of broccoli. I enjoy eating it, but then the not
Mexican Spec, you have Sam's Club there. I don't see. I'm
do we have
so.
a Sam's Club nearby? I swear we do.
You know where?
Or I definitely have a Costco somewhere.
You know where the Tractor Supply is?
Yeah.
I think they're out. I think there's one out there.
Okay.
It's about as far as we can get from here and still be in Clarksville.
It's not that much different than the Walmart, so there's no point in really going someplace different.
Yeah, vegetables. I'll take a head of lettuce and just chop it all up, and then put some. She got me started on this Vidalia onions that are a little bit sweet. Chop up some of that, put it in there. Maybe some black olives, and a little bit of dressing on it. Man, that's a meal for me. A big bowl like this. It's really. Oh, and Brussels sprouts.
Eat 'em all the time.
Matt cooks Brussels sprouts in the oven.
Roasted Brussels sprouts.
Roasted ones, which are pretty good.
That's more work, though.
But she and I cook Brussels sprouts, and we both just love them. You can have them all. I will stay away. What's that about, Iceman? I'm looking back. Oh, so he's not into veggies. Even Brussels sprouts.
You're talking about food.
Come on, I have to eat soon.
This is a car channel, guys. All we do is talk about food. That's my fault. I started eating. Sorry, I diverted. Oh, I brought this out because I wanted to discuss it or just look at it and see it. Does anybody else get the Haggerty's Drivers Club magazine? We looked at the Summit magazine last week, and I just...
What's this for? I don't even know about this.
You've seen it.
I've seen this magazine, but not this one.
I have Haggerty's Insurance because they sell insurance for classic cars, and you can get a good rate.
I only eat salad, so I can have salad dressing.
Because you hardly drive your classic car, so you get a special rate, and I think you have an agreed. I just have liability, so it's pretty cheap compared to like insurance you would put on a car that you were going to drive. And obviously, it isn't my primary vehicle, so it's just like if I were to get in an accident, I'm covered. But I don't drive it ever. It hasn't left the property in 2 years. I pay them every year for their insurance, so they send me a magazine every 3 months.
Mexico's a third world country. It's Mexico. It's just, I'm so unfamiliar with it, except for the border towns that I've been in, which is 2 of them. And
is Mexico actually considered a third world country?
I don't know.
I know they have some problems with crime.
First world. First world comes from.
Is there such thing as second world?
I don't know.
It's just first world or third world?
I don't remember. It had to do with.
That's pretty judgmental.
It was.
It sounds arrogant as crap.
Well, it was politics. It had to do with who had nuclear weapons and who didn't. It's not really It's not really one's better than the other. But
I
anyway,
thought it
go
was-
ahead with your story. I don't
I
want.
thought it was economically based. God, it's just about nuclear weapons.
I don't know. It's like who controls the
Who the
world.
hell's going to attack Mexico?
I don't know. You know, Putin wants Mexico to attack us. Oh,
They
jeez.
would. So I didn't get to look at Haggerty's. Does anybody have Haggerty's insurance? Look, they've got all these pretty full color pictures of fancy cars. There's a Ferrari,
Corvettes.
Corvettes.
Why are we looking at this? Just to look at the magazine?
I just,
Cartel members would mobilize if anybody attacked the country. Yeah. Yeah,
damn
that's
right
right.
they would. They
Yeah.
got weapons.
Russia goes against Mexico, they're going to have trouble with the cartels. What is that? Oh, it's a 54 Ford. Put it in front of my face.
Well, I'm trying to get it to show up on the stream. Dr. Go, do you get these magazines? They're excellent for.
Well, you know what?
Oh, there's Jay Leno
You
talking
know-
about a car.
You know why she gets the magazine? Because she's got Haggerty
I
insurance.
already told them that.
Oh,
You weren't
you
even hearing me.
I know, because I was like,
That's
thinking about
okay.
something
You were
else.
still
What
talking
is that
about
thing?
airplanes. That looks like the front end of your friend's car.
I don't know. That's a really weird looking car.
That is a weird looking car, but they don't know what we're talking about, and it's too far away from them. So, oh, sorry. Anyway, it's got a nice, really.
What
really
car
nice
was the first
glossy,
one?
Full color.
Gary's asking which is the first one. What was the first one you showed?
There was a red Ferrara.
Oh, so
Is
I
that no?
don't know.
Some Corvettes. Anyways, if you have Haggerty insurance, you get this nice little thing. Liberty Mutual. Liberty, liberty, liberty. Do you like Liberty Mutual? The thing about insurance is you never know if it's good or not until you have a problem. That's the worst. The worst.
Oh, there's an insurance company I want to badmouth on here, but I shouldn't.
They always tell you they're on your side and they're your best buddy while you're giving them money, but then if you have a claim, doesn't
Is
it
this a
feel like a
commercial?
commercial, Gary? We're not sponsored.
No, the thing about
It's a
Haggerty is
commercial for their literature.
the thing about
pretty.
Haggerty insurance is you don't have it on all your cars. You get it on classic cars, and so you have your other insurance on some other company,
Right.
and you have Haggerty on the
Right.
one that's can have Haggerty. You know.
Some people don't know that you can
What?
get special insurance.
What's that noise out
Bacon.
there? Bacon. What's that noise in the kitchen? She says bacon. I hear this sizzling noise. It's like I hope I don't start smelling burning smell. Yes, we're not trying to make it a commercial. It's just, yeah, Haggerty offers declared value, which is nice. Your homeowner's insurance canceled you this year. That's terrible. I heard that was going on. That's homeowners insurances are being canceled. Man. Yeah, retired. I'm on Social Security, and my biggest bill every month is as soon as I get my Social Security check, or it goes direct deposit. The first thing that happens is I pay my insurance, and I think almost half of the money's gone as soon as I pay my insurance every month. And there's 3 cars on there. Is that right? 3 cars? Yeah, I've got the Mazda, the Jeep, and the 72 Valiant. And the Jeep and the 72 Valiant are both on very, very low numbers of miles a year, so they're minimal. And then I have homeowners, and I have health insurance. And man,
Insurances.
insurance.
I mean, it's a real thing. We're not advertising. We're just telling you. We're
Yep.
just talking about real stuff.
What are you doing? Getting
Real
dressed? You're
stuff.
getting dressed in here.
I got cold, but I don't want it to be warmer.
Well, see, you gave me some shit earlier because I had 2 shirts on. Because I put my No Name National shirt on,
That's why it's so
but I put
cold
it
in
over another shirt, and because it gets I don't know, talk a little bit. Yeah. Did you talk bad about them? Is that burned in there? Or is it okay?
No, it's great.
Okay, because I smell it.
Straightforward. I'm sorry you had problems with your homeowner's insurance. I guess there was a lot of people that got rate hikes, a lot of cancellations in areas where, obviously the insurance people, they're just chasing after money, corporate owned, corporate planned, and they're chasing after, they only want to be in the low risk, high income areas.
I have not used my VA medical. And one of the reasons is all I hear is complaints and bad stuff, and the prescriptions are late, and trouble, and long lines to wait, and terrible service, and I don't know. Maybe I should.
Lester LeSabre, I never investigated what year Haggerty goes up to. They're classic cars, and I think different states have different definitions of what a classic car is. But they didn't ask me to prove that the car was like titled as a classic or anything like that. I mean, it's a 66, but I don't know.
Yeah, Mexican Spec, I have really rejected that name, so.
Mexican specs.
Yeah, Buff Del Campo is the name I go by. So,
Oh yeah, Mexican spec. Can you
See,
delete those
it's-
comments? We don't even want them there on the replay.
yeah, we don't want them on the replay. We have, yeah. I bet he can probably take them out. Yep, there goes one of them. Oh, I don't know. Where's the other one?
Yeah, you can get rid of Gary's comment. We saw the comment and we'll respond to it. But if you would, it would be. But it's just
And they're all kinds of.
because for reasons, and that's all there is to it.
So
What is health insurance? It's a bill that they send you every month because in the United States you must pay that bill or else they just take it out of.
I have Medicare, which covers 80%, and you have to pay for that. And then I have supplemental policy, which pays the other 20%. But I still get bills after I go to the doctor because in reality they don't pay both. So I don't know. Maybe I'll. Is that one gone? I don't know.
It is.
Okay.
He says that your Instagram has that name, so you should look at it later.
Well, yeah. Let's just.
Okay. Thank you, Mexican Spec. We'll look into it.
I'm Buff Del Campo. We have. There's a.
You did not, Gary. We just don't. We
There's-
have stage names. They're
There was a movie
that's what we use.
years ago. I'll tell the Buff Del Campo story. There was a movie years ago, and it was about police, a typical kind of show, with police and bad guys and all that. And there's these two cops, and they're both a man and a woman, both dressed very professionally, and they're investigators, and they're investigating a murder. They're investigating a murder, and it's somebody in the porn industry. So one of the guys they're interviewing says this woman cop. He says, "So what's your porn name?" And she's like, "My porn name." And he goes, "Yeah, the porn actors and actresses, they use their first pet. Their first pet's name is their first name, and the first street they lived on is their last name." And I'm sitting there thinking, when I was a little kid, we had a dog named Buff, and the street I was on was Del Campo, and I went, Buff Del Campo, perfect. So from that moment on, I was Buff Del Campo. So when I went on Tony's show, like 4 or 5 years ago, I was Buff Del Campo there, and anything on YouTube, I'm Buff Del Campo, and then it's become that my name that's not a stage name. Sometimes I have to use it because I gotta go to the doctor or something.
Gary's got to go.
Okay,
Thank you,
Gary.
Gary.
Yep,
We really
and
appreciate
I'll get
seeing
those
talking to
pictures
you.
off to you.
You did nothing wrong. It was.
Yeah, just like this kind of stuff happens.
It's not a problem.
So anyway, so I became Buff Del Campo at that point. I kind of liked it, and
It's up to you, Mexican Spec. It's not that official. You know what I mean? Like no one's
Oh.
gonna back check to make sure you pick the right.
Well,
Is Kim Kim? I am Kim because I am Kim. But if I was by the same vein, then I would be Nuzzy Roberts.
Nuzzy Roberts.
I
Oh, if you'd done the same thing I did with
by
Buff Duck
the
Campbell.
yeah, by the same
Nuzzy
design,
Roberts.
I would be Nuzzy Roberts.
I gotta start calling her Nuzzy Roberts.
You know, that we should do a ploy, a skit on
that's
that.
pretty funny.
I'm
See, what
Nuzzy
was really
Roberts.
funny is I have a Dougster. I have a brother, and he's a year younger than me. So he was asking me about the name of the channel and why I use this name and everything. I told him, and he goes, "Let's see, what would my name be?" And he goes, "Wait a minute." He goes, "My name would also be Buff Duck Campbell because we had the same dog and we went down the same street." So we kind of had a laugh about that. But yeah, I'm the only one that uses
I can be
it.
an investigative reporter.
Nuzzy.
I'm Nuzzy Roberts, and we're here today to talk to Buff Del Campo. Buff.
Nuzzy Roberts. Nuzzy. Where'd that name come from? I think
Our
that's
dog's
kinda-
name was
I think
Nuzzy.
that's kind of funny.
I didn't think anything of it when I was a kid, but it's
I feel like I
a
don't
strange name.
even know you guys anymore.
We're real people.
We're real people. You know, it's where I was when I was a little kid until I was 12, and we moved when I was 12 to another street. Snowball, Washington. Can you imagine somebody their first name's Snowball? They know that's wrong. Well, it's just like
Perfect.
you look at a lot of people that
It
are
could be,
doing
though.
stuff
There's
in the
people
media.
with names like that. Mexican Speck, it can be whatever you want it to be. It's magical. It's a magical
How we
name.
recognize you two at No Name Nationals? Because I'm Buff Del Campo and she's Kim.
Yeah,
and
duh.
we hang out together, and you're gonna see us, and you can see
Yeah.
the cars.
You
and,
know what we look like? That's our name. That's my name on registration. I'm Kim on my registration.
you're Kim
I'm-
on your registration.
The only place I'm not Kim is on my medical records.
So
It's the only place.
that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
So
can't change that stuff.
you can't change
need
this stuff. They're not AI generated. They actually look like this. Yeah.
Well,
So-
I'm not real.
So
We traded me out for the real Kim. I'm an AI generated Kim. The real Kim left at that first intermission. Fritzy Evergreen. See, that's
Fritzy
a great
Evergreen.
name.
That's great. That's
Right?
really cool. Guess
Yeah.
my name would be Babby. Babby.
So you
Hermosa-
guys are all
Hermosa.
saying that you just use your birth names?
Get the one I always laugh at.
Mexican Speck, your birth name was not Mexican Speck.
Yeah, right. We don't know. We don't know him. We
Dr.
doesn't use
Go.
his, doesn't
Were
use
you
his real
born
name.
Dr. Go?
Dr.
No.
Go.
No. See?
Tammy Mason. Tammy. Oh, you gotta you gotta change it to Tommy. Check all the pictures with traffic lights, Kim. Yeah, I can't think of it now. What I was gonna say, Kim. Yeah, we see. Well, you know, you've seen me pick up packages in the mailbox, and I blur out all the. Well, there's more than me and her, and there's addresses and people that used to live here. I just blur it out, you know, because that's just.
You know what?
I'm not gonna
Speck-
go around. I'm not gonna go around and get everybody's permission to show their name on YouTube.
I don't even work that way. If you say you're Mexican Speck, you're Mexican Speck.
I even
If it says something different on paperwork, that's none of my business.
the cat was Snoopy, so Snoopy Mason is that better? Snoopy.
Snoopy Mason. That sounds good. Yeah. If you like that.
Well,
That makes me think of Perry Mason.
The one I always like is Hulk Hogan. You know, can you imagine that? This kid's born, his mother looks down, and they're saying, you know, what are you going to name him? And they're filling out the birth certificate. And she goes, Hulk. You know, really now. You know better.
Pitts. Yes!
What's that?
Yes.
Tiger Willow.
Olam says I could go with Olive Pitts. That's perfect. Tiger Willow. Yeah.
Olive Pitts is actually probably, I bet if you looked up Olive Pitts, there'd be like 1,000 people named Olive Pitts. I knew a girl in high school, her last name was Pitts.
1,000 people? I guess in the world.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
In the
I
whole
don't know.
world, yeah.
The cat was Snoopy, so Snoopy Mason. Tiger Willow. My real
You
name
get it?
is my real name is Iceman. Everybody calls me Ice. Who else was it on here that's oh, Stray Bullet. Stray Bullet, that's his real name. He said his parents were crazy and named him Stray Bullet. I think that's pretty funny too.
I have friends who have known me for 5 years or more. Don't know my legal documented name.
No, she's
Because
Kim.
I'm Kim all
She's
the time.
Kim. She's Kim everywhere.
It's who I am. It's just, but paperwork, it's expensive. I don't even really want to change.
If I did porn, have to be a way to totally not take it seriously. Well, I never did porn. I just had a porn name.
No, we're not saying we really do porn. That's just the origin story for the names. Is we use this structure to develop. It's just a fun thing to do.
There were a lot of people I knew. We started doing this when I was out in Arizona. I was working in a place here flight testing. There are a lot of people out there. Rich, good evening. So we were doing this, and there were a lot of people that were born. Their street that they lived on, and they were born was like it was like 35th Avenue or 6th Street or something, and they couldn't do that. This porn is satirical, yeah.
Satirical porn, yes.
What was my second pet's name? The second street I lived on. The second was man. Oh, this is terrible. I had a rat. The rat's name was Long John. And I lived on Flora Street. Long John Flora. That's pretty silly.
That does sound like a porn name.
Terrible. And then my brother had a dog after that was Snoopy.
Gotta protect yourself. There are far too many wackos out there. I don't think we do really a very good job of being obscure about who we are. We really, if we were trying to protect ourselves from wackos, we'd have to do a better job.
Yeah, I'm not hiding out. It's a good screen name. Some of my 10 plus year long neighbors don't know my name. I actually prefer it that way. You're Stray Bullet. Or maybe that's your real name and they don't know that. Stray Bullet.
Dougster Mike Cherry sounds like a pretty good. That's a
Where is
good
this?
one too.
He's
right in the
first
middle.
street name and your middle name for porn actor. Well, did you have, what was your first pet? Did he say that already? I missed it. It's your first pet and the first street you lived on. My dad's Lee, Indiana. Indiana, it can be a last name. Yeah, Mexican Spec. I didn't understand that at first, but within about a day I understood it because of the Mexican Spec cars. Rats are awesome. Yeah, I've had rats twice when I was a kid. And I don't know. Buck naked. I know better than that. Don't live on a street called Naked. If they have hair, they only sell hairless rats in a pet store here. What? Really? I never heard of such a thing.
What is the reasoning behind the hairless rats?
I'm going to be Harry. Yeah, I'm not even going to say that.
Well done. Yes, you do have to think before you read. This is not a teleprompter.
Yeah. Oh God, I can think of people that didn't read things right.
Oh, Whiskey Cherry is a risk. I don't know. The alcohol.
You had an animal named Whiskey. They had a golden. That's pretty cool. That's a good name for a golden retriever because they kind of have the right color. Yeah, snake food, yeah. Carl used to buy these little pinky mice to feed to his snake. Geez, when I was hanging out with Carl had a big old lizard, and he put a little snake in there one time, and the lizard ate the snake. So then he got another snake one time. It was a little bigger snake, and he stuck it in the aquarium with the lizard, and the snake ate the lizard. The snake was the food, but the snake ate the lizard. So then he had a pet snake. So then he started buying these little pinky little baby mice and feeding the snake.
Oh, Dougster has pet rats. I've heard pet rats are super cool, like really smart. And did you know that biologically, genetically, rats are like super, super similar to humans? That's why they use them to test a bunch of medical stuff. Yeah, they're like super similar. Look it up. Rats are like more similar to humans than like dogs or something like that. They're like super.
Before you name an animal, yell it a few times in case you lose it and have to shout across the neighborhood. Yep. Yeah, we get mice here. A cat's gone. Something happened to the cat. I don't know what happened to the cat. Just disappeared. So we're starting to get some mice. And so we're setting traps, and we've caught a few. I think right now they're under control, but man, they could be really destructive.
Domestic rats. There's a difference between domestic rats and feral.
Well, I like rodents. I think they're nice little animals, but they're just so destructive that, it's like a double-edged sword, I wish we could just put them in a cage somewhere and they'd be outside and you feed them and you watch them and they have food. But you can't do
Dougster,
that.
do you have your rats on your channel? I can't remember seeing them, but they probably were there and I'm just dumb. Make a short with your rat. I want to see the rat. Do it, Dougster.
Is anybody watching my shorts? I know Dougster's watching my shorts.
Thanks for commenting, Dougster. Appreciate that. I watched your friend's new video. He was pretty shaky. He probably could take a little time to do it again and not so shaky.
Who?
Dougster's friend. He was working on an old Jeep.
Dougster's got this fans. They're just like the best sounding fans ever.
They're a little loud. You can turn them off when you make videos, Dougster.
I used to work in a nuclear power plant. It sounds just like I'm walking through the nuclear power plant.
Oh, that's right, Dougster. He came on StreamYard one time and showed us his rats. And his puppy dog, I think. Remember a puppy dog.
That's dog named Stinky. Trying on top of you. Yeah, that's not good.
Oh, right. They got a bond with humans. Right. They'd be domesticated then. They'd breed like rats. I'm lost. Shoot.
That's it. Never imprinted. Man, we used to, when I was in Arizona, we were out in the middle. We were at a test site out in the middle of shit nowhere. Way out. Just nothing around. Except a hangar and some group of people. We had these little rats that had like a little brush on the end of their tail. I think they called them kangaroo rats. Those guys used to come in the hangar when we were eating lunch, and we'd put food down there, and they'd come right up to you and get up on their hind legs and grab little pieces of food and take off. They're really friendly rats. You had to be kind of careful with them. You didn't want to get bit by a wild rat. They run off with the food, That was around Bastard File Buff. Oh, yeah, you did see it then. Man, that video bombed. I'm normally getting like 7,000-8,000 views, something like that. And that thing got, that one with the file, I think got like 30 views. I don't know what happened there. I changed the title on it early this morning.
Well, you just keep throwing stuff at the wall. That's the great thing about shorts is like it's low investment. Just keep throwing stuff at the wall. Okay, didn't do good. Oh, let's try something else. Try something else. And you learn your editing tools. You just try and be creative, but it's only a minute worth of stuff max. So it doesn't have to be.
Dr.
Keep
Go.
it as simple as you can. Throw it at the wall. See what works.
Take care.
Dr. Go's got to go.
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Go. We appreciate you being here.
You're getting 7,000 on a short.
Tim asked about the channel locks. Those were Knipex with a K.
Where is this? Okay, there was something I want to get. Rat tail?
All the way at the top.
Okay. Oh, God, I got too many going at once. It's disappeared.
It didn't.
What was it? Channel locks? No, they're Knipex. And there is a clone that I haven't tried that comes from Harbor Freight. Looks exactly the same. They are parallel, they're flat, and the grip is incredible. incredible.
The multiplication on the grip is really
They
good.
do not slip. There were people in there. Those that slip just like vice grips or something. No, they're nothing like vice grips, and they will hold better, way better than any
They
vice
really
grips.
are good.
Way
But
better than any vice grips thought about.
they're
holding.
bigger, so they're clunky. Like you can't use them in a lot of situations where you're like confined with space. But there are a lot of places where, and then they have a slide, right? They're kind of like
Oh.
channel locks where you can. There's a button you push and they slide to get bigger or smaller the jaw, and then you get only parallel movement, and they clamp.
Okay, man, everything's like disappearing up the top. Rat tail file is tapered on the end. He said that one I showed was
Yeah.
a Basset. That one is tapered. Man,
Not a
can you
lot.
can you can you? I'm
No.
like losing. That mouse won't do that. That mouse will not do that.
Shoot. Do.
Okay. You have all those channel. That was a round bastard file. Really? Because I thought that was tapered. I don't know.
Might have been.
Oh.
I don't think it was tapered very much.
Well, it might not be tapered a lot, but it's definitely tapered.
Iceman, the cable cutting short,
Okay. Oh,
hit good.
the cable cutting short. Okay, you can scroll it back up so we can see the new stuff now. The cable cutting short was it was just something I used to use those every day because we were doing control cables on aircraft, and I'd see somebody try to cut with like with a pair of side cutters. He just ruined the cable, you know. I'd be like, hey, look at this, you know. So, and we had them in our toolboxes out there. See me, you like my fans so much, but I'll put a stash on it. Fan del Campo. Oh, I don't know. They just have those fans just have the sound. They have those same sound. Someone gave me a rat. Infunia. She was too old to imprint on humans, but was okay. I had to pick her up with gloves to get her out of the cage. But I had one rat that I could not handle. That rat did not want to be handled, and I had it since it was tiny. But the other rat I had two of them. The other rat I had, it just walk all over me, sit on my shoulder. A really friendly rat. Let's see. I'm lucky to get 300 views on any of them. You know, I'll have to look at yours. It's and you've been in John Wilburn's
Content creator workshops.
contact creator workshops, and I paid attention to some what he says. I paid attention to other things, and I've been getting a lot more views. Yeah, I'd say average I'm getting is somewhere around 7,000. I've had up to, I think, 16,000 on one of them. A lot of them have been in the, well, early on they were in the hundreds, you know, and I've got one right now I think that didn't even make it to 100, and I'm kind of sick about that. I think that was the file. But I checked it. I changed the name on it, trying to get some more views. And then we came in here to do this. Kinetics.
Mexican Spec, you don't ever have a person in your video, it's just cars? Because I even YouTube says that the conversion rate for people who have real people talking in videos is way higher. So having a spokesperson or someone who's speaking is makes a big difference.
You know, I'm going to
It might be that.
I'm going to say something. It might make a lot of people mad, but it gets clicks. You know, if I'm in a video, I get some views. If Kim's in a video, blonde hair, and always get more views right off. So, one thing I notice when I'm in Mexico is all the good-looking women. Have a woman show the car off. Make it a video. And I know you don't want to be in the video, so maybe that's an option. Maybe that's an option. Have her speak Spanish, and you translate to English. I don't know. Or maybe you don't want your voice in it. I don't know. Mess with it a little bit. And one day you'll get like thousands, and you'll go, like one day I'd been getting all in the hundreds, and all of a sudden I had one of 16,000. It's like, Kim, come look at this, and you remember that night. We're like, oh, what do we do right? We're trying to figure it out. And it took us a while, and but we're starting to get some more. Uh, just, okay, we're talking about rats and shorts. People want to see you're doing. I'm not sure what I'm doing right now. I just started doing the tool thing, and that kind of worked. I use tools all day long, so it's almost kind of lame to me just to be showing one tool. The other thing is 60 seconds. When I'm showing a tool, it goes by so quickly. I'll say to Kim, how much time was that? She'll go like a minute 21. I go, you're kidding. It felt like 10 seconds. So we do like 3 or 4 shoots before I'm under a minute. And that's kind of annoying, but and I'm just talking about one tool. One night I had all these tools set up, and I was going to show all these tools off. Kim looks at that and goes, you can't do that in 1 minute. So I narrowed it down to...
It turned into 3 shorts.
I turned it down to 3 of the tools, and it went up. It was like 3.5 minutes. Oh, man.
Yeah, he was still having a hard time.
Turned into
yeah.
3 shorts. I said, man, the time goes by so quickly. Sure it is, but it will not be on screen. I'm sure. Okay, I missed something there. Mexican Spec said so. I'm sure it is, but it will not be on screen. Skipping clothing and bikinis. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to get it that far. I mean,
yeah, I don't wear skimpy clothing or
just like this, and with our glasses
and probably on. that would hurt the channel if I went overboard. But
I don't know.
There's people who just they're I don't know. I don't think it makes that big a difference. I think a well-presented person makes it look like you're going to see something real. And it catches people's attention.
Do I have viewers that want to look at a girl? Well, the thing is, it catches their eyes, but then they're looking at the car. I think a lot of people don't understand the quality of the cars in Mexico, because it's kind of like you say, they think of Mexico as like a substandard place, but you start looking at the cars in Mexico and start understanding that there's no rust. I mean, where we are, people think there's not, like Kim doesn't think there's any rust here, and I look at the cars here because I was in the Southwest. The cars look really rusty. But you go up to Pittsburgh or Northern Ohio or Wisconsin or somewhere, and the cars are
New York.
They're just gone. You know,
if you haven't lived there, you just don't even know what rust is.
So then, if you're in Mexico, the cars are solid, good cars. You know, so I don't know. Maybe you got to catch their attention, or it doesn't hurt to have a person, and you don't want to be in there. I understand why you don't want to be in there, but if you have somebody walking around showing the car off, and they're really showing the car off, that's not don't do the bikini girl thing.
No, because you don't want to pay the bikini girl.
Well, and if it's a woman that's 35, 40, 45, as long as she's
well presented,
presents herself well,
clean up,
professional,
maybe put on makeup, make your hair look nice,
and show off the car, it would. I still think John was right about putting a person in there. Iceman, what did Iceman say?
It's just a thought.
Oh yeah, no, okay. That could insult some people, yeah. Of course it would, but a guy can dream, right? I'm pretty camera shy myself. Yeah, I understand. I was too. I didn't want to put my ugly mug on.
Oh, I make him, and then I give him grief too when he's not looking at the camera because he's very...
I'm looking at what I'm doing, and she's going, look at the camera. I go, well, then I'm going to mess this up because I can't see what I'm doing. And I'm looking down, and then, she's getting the broom in my hat. Then I got to do this.
He was raised in a respectful way by his mother. You could tell that he doesn't look people in the eyes very much. He tends to look away, and I'm like, you gotta look at your audience, gotta look right at the camera and talk to the person that you're talking to.
If I'm talking to a person, yeah. But if I'm working on a project, I'm going to look at the project, and then
sometimes you don't look up at all. And when you're explaining something, it helps to look at the camera and look up. It takes practice.
I look at people that are good at that, and they do look up a lot. And I don't know how they work down here and look up so much, but they do it.
I don't know, but look at the people who are most popular, and they look right at the camera. And
this is going so fast. This is going so fast. Get ready. Oh, Danny Boyd. Hey. One of the problems I don't have the cars here. Oh, that's right. The cars are scattered all over the place. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, that's
Ugh,
a
yeah.
situation that I don't know. So you get pictures with the doors open and all this, and there's stills. There's the first music you had, I didn't like at all, and then I noticed you're using some other music, which I think is much better. Brand new '57 Fury and drove it around in Michigan by 60. It was so yeah, it was yep, that's right. Bikinis and skimpy clothing gets tons of subscribers too. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're gonna have long lasting subscribers that are really into what you do.
There's nothing wrong with girls in bikinis. The problem is that like girls in bikinis don't need us. We need them if that's what we're going to make our channel about. And then how do we convince them to come and hang out while we work on cars? It's not happening, you know? So, like, it's not practical for us to have bikini girls. And I understand it's not really for Mexican Spec either for the reasons that he's explaining. So, you know, creative solutions. And then Mexican Spec, I want to look at some of your shorts that maybe I haven't really looked at. I don't get
You know what?
recommended to shorts.
You know what?
What category do you post your shorts in, Mexican Spec?
I get his. I don't know why they're recommended to me, so I watch them. I don't know if I watch all of them
On
but
YouTube.
yeah, but
Okay.
most of what I know about Mexican Spec is from his Instagram account because I get all of that, and then it's all right there. All I got to do is just go back. How does Buff look in a bikini?
Pale. He doesn't get much sun.
Never been in a bikini,
That's as much as you want to know about that situation.
so
Yeah, I've never seen him in a bikini, but I can tell you that he would look pale.
I got something I could tell, but I shouldn't.
You better not. I don't know what it is, but I got this feeling from the look on your face.
Oh, well, when you're young, like I was 18, 19, 20, 21, guys didn't wear these big baggy swimsuits. We ran like Speedos. That was pretty skimpy stuff. But I wasn't a big fat slob then. Um, nice car, attract women. I knew guys that bought it. Yeah, I knew guys that did that. I knew guys that bought a nice car to attract women, and it didn't work because they were such idiots. So then they had a big old car payment, and they still didn't have any women.
Danny Boyd is here.
Kim could wear a bikini. Yeah, Kim could wear a bikini.
Welcome to the show. I can wear a
Oh,
bikini.
Danny
I look
Boyd
good
came
in
in
a
early.
bikini. I'm very thin,
I never
lean. I'm not fat, although he says I'm getting fat.
Never late because of a car.
That man called me fat.
Who did?
You have. You're like, you're getting fat. Like, holy shoot.
I said we're both getting fat.
Exactly.
You know what? Because
the standard.
we're
Oh my
eating-
God.
we're eating like pigs lately, man. Well, look at the amount of meat and stuff we eat. It's like, oh God, I can feel it. I can feel when I start going. Um, let's see. There's a company here called Chicks and Beer. They provide girls and beer for events. Very creative. I always wanted to do a restaurant called Spuds and Suds, and it would be a vegetarian restaurant, but you'd never tell anybody it's vegetarian. It would always be potatoes and all kinds of stuff stuffed in the potatoes and never meat. So vegetarians find this stuff. You don't have to. You call a restaurant vegetarian, it's doomed. But if you have vegetarian food in a restaurant, the vegetarians find it, and man, they go there. Because I used to hang around a lot of vegetarians, because I was a vegetarian. But I always wanted to do one called Spuds and Suds with all these big fancy potatoes and beer. But I never had it in me to start a restaurant. I was doing all kinds of other stuff. Let's see, and guys wore
Thank
those.
you for being here, Doug Stir.
Oh, let's see what's going on here. I'm
We
trying
enjoy
to catch
your
up.
company.
Oh, who's leaving?
Keep up the good work. I want to see that mustache on the fan.
You, you called her fat. You don't call your girl fat. I didn't say you're fat. I said we're getting fat.
He meant it he didn't mean it in a hurtful way.
It's like we're just like eating like pigs, It's like, what are we doing? Great experiment to see if you get more views and subs. See vegetarian bacon for the spectators. Yeah, vegetarian bacon. What do they call it? It's a bacon bits. Some kind of phony baloney stuff that tastes like bacon. Oh man, if none of you know Tony from Uncle Tony's has another channel that he only has like 3 or 4 videos on it. And he was doing this like a couple of years ago. I gotta put a link up. It's like the best video he ever did, and it's him eating a salad and showing how to make a salad. And it's one of the funniest things he ever did, and I don't know why he doesn't have it on his regular channel. Did have a girlfriend when I was playing with the hearses, and that was fun. Go back and play dead. Let's see here. Living near Cleveland, I parked my Demon all winter and drove an old rusted out Ford station wagon all winter. Yeah, I lived near Cleveland for 15 years. I lived, where Geneva, Ohio is, if you know Cleveland. She's going to strip down to her bikini
I got
now.
warm. It's
So-
weird. I get cold and warm and cold and warm.
So, yeah, so everything up there was trash, and I drove nothing but shit cars when I was up there. I had nothing good. But I was usually flying a new airplane. It was usually a company airplane, so. The fake bacon bits repeat days.
Oh, this would upset my stomach for sure.
All you need. And the hearse becomes. Aren't bacon bits just crunchy soy bits? Oh, God. Kim cannot eat soy.
They are. I could not eat bacon bits.
Oh, you.
Speaking of bacon bits,
Oh, you bought me bacon? This is real meat bacon?
that's my revenge for you calling us fat. I made us bacon.
Oh, nothing like eating a bunch of pork fat. Oh, this is good. Yeah, bacon bits are crunchy soy bits. Yeah,
Here you go, Mexican speck. Get it. Get you some. 1968. Boy, you're showing your age, too.
No, that's the age of the vehicle, not him.
Oh,
Something's funny about this bacon. Oh, bacon strips. A side note, you can see that name on. What is this? I missed something that.
they blew up the car that Mexican Speck lost his virginity in
Oh, geez.
on the show Knight Rider.
Oh.
Did I explain that properly, Mexican Speck? Did I reinterpret that?
People begins.
It is saying.
Yeah, that's what somebody, Danny Boy, says. Yours first?
La
Yes.
Bern says soy is not food. I guess it's good protein if you're not allergic to it.
So his hearse was a famous hearse for moments.
Lost your virginity in a famous hearse that was destroyed on a 1980s TV show about cars.
Barrow's Garage. Good evening. Man, we're keeping us new people coming in. Good. Soy is fine food. It's just not very convincing as meat. Back before all the problems with soy, I used to buy hamburger, and I mix hamburger and what's that soy stuff called? White stuff?
Tofu.
Tofu. I take 3/4 tofu, 1/4 ground beef, mix it up, and I make burgers. This bacon's gonna have me did something in my throat.
It's very
So-
salty.
So I really liked it because the tofu would take on the taste of the burger, and I had to lose weight, and I lost 100 pounds, and part of that was moved over to some tofu. I lost 100 pounds in 4 months. I kept most of it off. I did that in 2007.
I've been not bringing up stuff, but
What are you bringing up old Buicks for?
someone said their friend. I lived a quarter mile from the guy who built the Buick in Rain Man. Danny Boyd said that. So I brought up the Buick from Rain Man because that's what I do.
Ah, I didn't know where you were going with that. Taco Bell does the same thing with their meat. What's that? Taco Bell, Taco Bell. I don't know what happened there. I missed something.
I don't know.
Senior Russell. I knew some guys that had Russian cars because I knew a lot of Russian people. And it's a whole Russian thing. So they had lent their vehicles to a movie studio to do some movies where they needed some Russian cars, and they tore those cars up so badly they returned them all. But they were a mess. The hyperextended door hinges and stuff. They just beat them up. They didn't care. And the group that did that was really disappointed in how their vehicles were treated. You get a pair of those small cable cutters to cut back the kick-down cable. Great video. Okay, this. I don't want to make this sound. Man, this is going so fast. I don't want to make it sound like a commercial, but I looked on the best deal I can find on those is on Amazon. And if I don't know where you are. I don't know who that was. It already disappeared off the screen.
It was Barrows.
Barrows. Okay. So where's Barrows? He's in Canada or he's in the U.S. I don't remember which. So I think he's in Canada. So you got Amazon up there. Amazon has good deals on one that was. Where is it? I don't know anything about that brand.
Okay.
The brand I know about is Knipex. Knipex has a set.
Oh, Knipex sells them. Okay.
And Knipex, I trust them for anything.
Yeah, they make pretty good.
They make high quality stuff.
How much were they?
They were, I think $45 or $46, something like that.
Whew, that's a lot. You can get a cheap set for.
Yeah, you can
12.
get cheap ones. You can always buy cheap tools. Yeah.
Yeah, don't buy the. It depends. If you got one cable to cut, one time buy the $11 ones. If you cut cables regularly, buy the Knipex because Knipex they're definitely going to be
that one
better.
I showed in the video was one that I got in. I got those probably 20 years ago at least from a aircraft supply place. And when I went there and looked, all of them are over $100, $200 and stuff. Like, oh man, no, that's not the place to get them. But if Knipex makes a set, they'll probably be good for a long time. Things that Russian Volgas. Yeah, Volga's like a. Yeah, that was a. Taxis and government people had the Volgas. I've only ridden in one Volga, and it was in England, and it was a friend I had there that was into Russian cars, and he had a Volga, and I got to ride him. But when I was in Russia, we were always any time we got in a car, it was a Zhiguli, which is sold in Canada as a Lada. Most people know them as a Lada, Lada. A lot of people call them Lada shit. But Lada's not a bad car. It's like a Fiat 124. But it's got the engine's all Russian. It's got a Russian, not all Russian. It's got a head on it that was designed in Russian. So they're, I don't know. The Ladas are good cars, I guess. The studio asked him for a 59 millimeter for the second Ghostbusters movie. Man, Kim, can you roll that back a little bit? It's going by so fast I can't read it. Okay, the same friend made $10,000. Okay, go back up. Idaho. Oh, close. Okay, so you're in the U.S. Okay, so you can buy from Amazon without any problem at all. What's the Russian V8 rear engine car? There were no V8 Russian rear engine cars. That was a car. Oh my God, this is going by so fast. Yeah, Tatra. That was not made in Russia. The rear engine car made in Russia was actually it was they called them a Zappo. I can't remember the whole name. It's actually a Ukrainian car. So yeah, it was an air cooled V8 Tatra. Yeah, that's pretty good car, I guess. I don't know. I've seen a few of those engines. A friend of mine was a stuntman. I'm trying to read all this. Usually people confuse me with Iowa.
Thanks for being here, everyone. It's not a bad thing that we've got all this interaction.
Confuse you with Iowa for Idaho? Yeah, like a whole bunch of difference. Jeez. Yeah, Idaho. Yeah, Barrows earlier, I had an old friend of mine in here, and he lives in up near, not in Boise, but near Boise. And he spent probably an hour in here tonight.
This one.
What are you looking at?
Somebody said they liked the white one with the weird doors.
A white one with the weird doors. Oh, that thing. I don't even know what that is. I have no idea what that is. That's a weird one. Like a Russian Tucker. What's like a Russian Tucker? Just don't run a car to a production company. Yeah, that's right. They tear the cars up.
Oh, don't rent your house either. They will bust out all the windows and put holes in the walls and burn it down.
Like those little Russian Fiat 4x4 cars. Yeah, that's the, what's it called? The Lada, I can't think of it. Can't think of the name of those
Purple
little
Renault.
those little Lada
This thing.
4-wheel drive. Those things are like in Russia. They're everywhere. In fact, they're probably everywhere in England too. There are a lot of them around.
Nah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's it. John Wilburn, eyeballs. That Gaz Chaika looks like a 58 or 59 Studebaker President. You know what it looks like? Yeah, it kind of has that.
Oh, John Wilburn's here finally.
Yep. And of course, that Chaika.
We're 2.5 hours in, John. Where you been?
That Chaika was, that's government people only. That's like generals and high-ranking Politburo people and stuff. Yeah, it's called a Lada. Yeah, there's a name for that because a Lada. There's a lot of sedans, and then a lot of, I can't think of what the little 4-wheel drive one's called. Mercedes SR is cool door hinges, A-pillar, yeah, if I'm looking now. Yeah, Renault, those things. Who's the guy that's a YouTuber right now that took one of those, like that purple one, and he put one of the Chinese engines in from Harbor Freight? He's driving it all over.
Robot Cantina, maybe?
Yeah, it could have been him.
Yeah, he does that a lot.
Yeah. And he's driving around with a little engine from Harbor Freight in his Renault. Or Renault.
I thought of doing that, but we have too many other things to do right now.
What's that? What are you looking at?
Putting a Harbor Freight engine into a car or truck.
Oh. I thought you were reading something on there.
But we have engines. We'll just use engines. I'd have to buy it. And then I'd have to retrofit it, and they get views, but I just don't know if I want to dedicate all my time to something like that.
Well, of course, you got so many projects going.
Yeah, I got fun stuff that I'm doing.
You got a lot of stuff.
I think it's neat to watch other people do things, though.
Oh, me too. I find myself watching a lot instead of working a lot.
Yeah.
All right. So
it is easier to watch somebody else work than to work yourself.
Oh, there's times I'm just not up to going to the shop.
I'm sorry. I drag you out there sometimes and make you sit while I work. You usually end up getting something done, though.
When I was a kid, they didn't have. Americans will say Renault. All my other friends say Reno. It sounds like a place in Nevada, Reno, dealership. So they sold them out of the mall parking lot. Huh. Lars. LP94, how you doing? I saw one of those foreign cars with a Honda Goldwing swap. Man, I always thought a Goldwing.
That could come.
I always thought a Goldwing would be a great engine for something because it has a transmission in there. It's just so good.
He wants to build an aluminum car, which it's down the line. I don't know when we'll get to it, but if we do that and we can't get a small engine out of a car that works, then the Goldwing swap is definitely in the. Because it has a drive shaft for rear-wheel drive.
They're expensive.
I see them for $500 or $800.
Really?
Whole motorcycles.
The mall parking lot. Hayabusa. Oh man, can you imagine like the back half of two Hayabusa motorcycles? That's the back of the car, and then you have one seat and then two wheels up here. and then the shifters would come up and you'd bump gears like bump, bump, bump. Oh my God, that would be fast. And it'd sound good.
I remember
But you got to buy 2 Hayabusas you want to cut apart.
about 6 or 7 years ago or whatever, they had a Tesla dealer in the mall.
A Tesla deal. Oh, is the
In the mall.
Tesla was showing off cars in the mall.
Well, no, it was a dealer.
Oh,
Like-
I didn't know they had dealers.
It was like well, I don't think they do. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was a Tesla store in the mall. It was Tesla, and they had screens with all the Tesla stuff, propaganda, and they had Tesla salespeople. I don't even think they had a car in it. They might have had a car in there. You went in and you
A reservation office, yeah.
Yeah,
Just for those of you who are, earlier, I was showing I was drinking. Kim bought me this, what is this, some kind of
Diet
peach
tea.
diet peach tea.
We are past the beverage discussion portion of this live stream. If you'd like to discuss the beverage that you're drinking, come on any Tuesday night. We do that beginning. We're not doing it again.
Well, I'm doing it, and then just to show what I'm drinking, because people think I'm drinking
Oh,
beer.
they think you're drinking beer.
So then I put a little,
It's not a crime for you to
I
drink a
put
beer
a little-
while we're live
I
streaming.
drink a little fuzzy water, not fuzzy, fizzy water in there to bring it up to, so it's, yeah, he says it's taking you a long time to drink that small bottle. Yeah, I'm just sipping on it once in a while. I'm not like guzzling it down.
Yeah, we started with a whole glass of ice,
Yeah,
and then
most of
he's
it's
been
ice.
pouring 2 different bottles on top of that, so it's 2.5
Yeah,
hours.
it's actually two. It's actually
Yeah,
two
they
bottles.
would throw us out of the bar for taking up a stool by now, I think.
Yeah, get
so.
out of here. You're not spending enough money.
Not spending enough money.
See, in a bar, they give you pretzels and peanuts with salt and everything, so you buy more and more and more drinks.
I mean, that's how
You
they
know.
make their money.
We were talking about Russian cars. I might actually have a.
And reverse?
Yeah, because I think.
Did the Goldwing have reverse in it? Motorcycle?
Oh, what happened?
Right now we have that little Triumph Spitfire. So that's our tiny car. What's it? 1100 cc, 1200 cc engine. So it's about the same
I think
size
it's
as a Honda.
1200.
So right now that's what we're going to use
Oh, here's the
for
separation.
the potential aluminum car build. But first we have to do a revival and see if the engine is savable. And then we have to test the drivetrain, make sure everything is working. I have a suspicion that the rear end in that is,
Bad.
I don't, maybe it just needs seals. I don't know. You need reverse on the Goldwing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you could probably back up very, especially up a hill. The Bug Eye Sprite, he's talked about that multiple times, Iceman.
Bug Eye Sprite is.
Make a stripped down Tesla for a hot rod. You know, they don't want a stripped down model because honestly, it's all a Tesla is, okay? A regular car is like a car. It's like a whole conglomeration of things, but a Tesla is a battery with wheels and little motors and stuff like that. But really, you're buying a big mobile battery. That's what Tesla's technology is.
And it's
They
got
have to make all their money for that battery.
all this stuff on it.
All
Like-
that stuff is cheap. All
like-
those
like you
computer
can sit there
screens and fancy shit. That,
Like when you're just sitting in the car, you can sit there and play games on the screen. That's insane.
that's all fancy stuff to make you feel like you're getting your money's worth. They need the big money, the big technology is
Well-
the battery.
And if you want to see a Tesla as a hot rod, look at what I can never think of his name. The guy up in Amesbury, Massachusetts.
I don't know, but some people have done the Tesla hot rod.
Oh, who's the guy? He put the Chevy engines in him.
I don't know. I know that the cost of the Teslas come down a lot. Like you can get a new
Cell
Tesla,
phone on
not a new.
wheels.
You can get an off.
Rich Rebuilds. Yeah, Rich Rebuilds.
Rebuilds.
You want to see those? Well, you know it then, Tim's. It's Rich Rebuilds does the hot rod Teslas, and now one of his is down there in Florida at. See, here I am with names. Can't think of the names. The guy down there in Florida that does all the cars. Yeah. Anyway, Rich Rebuilds. Follow him. You see all the hot rod Teslas. And he does a lot of the electric ones, but he also has converted them. I like my 60s and 70s vehicles. I don't need the modern technology with all the bells and whistles. Just, yep. Kim and I were talking about, no, it wasn't Fisker Karma, but Fisker Karma's. You know who just bought one of those is, who's guy in Kansas? Why can't I remember any names? My brain is fried. I don't know. He just bought a Fisker Karma anyway. He has a lot of problems with it. And where do you get parts for a Fisker Karma?
I don't know. Where?
Hoovy. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of. Hoovy bought one. And it had all kinds of problems, but the car wizard got it to the point where it's drivable. He's driving it. I think it's a cool looking car, but man, I mean, you buy one of those, you know you're gonna be pushing it a lot, or going and getting your other car. Because what are you gonna do when it quits?
Am I
Tavo.
late? Tavo, thanks for being here. Yes, you're late.
Yeah, but that's okay. He always shows up at
You're
9:45,
right on time.
which is quarter after noon time where he is, because that's his lunchtime. Well, did you miss anything? You missed all kinds of stuff, but it is like we're talking about all kinds of airplane stuff, and I don't know what we're drinking. The stuff that looks like beer that's not beer. It's iced tea with some fizzy
Straight
water.
bullet, I think those Teslas will not be a dime a dozen in wrecking yards. I think it's still going to be a while before the value of the secondary market really comes down. It's getting there. 20 grand you can get a running used Tesla, but I even like when people wreck them, there's a lot of scavengers that they're right on they're chomping at the bit to get at those motors and batteries and components, because they're still very high value things. Those cars are so expensive new that people have payments on them for 10 years. Easily. 15 years of payments on those cars.
Didn't miss me in a bikini. You missed us talking about Kim in a bikini. And maybe somebody said something
I'll go
about
put a bikini on if we get enough people in the stream.
How many?
I don't know. What do you think's enough?
I don't know. I don't want to.
All right.
Yeah, it's just
Maybe another time.
maybe another time.
Maybe we'll do that in a live, like an unannounced one.
Yeah. I use it as a thumbnail. No, you won't, because it'll be permanently up there.
No, because it's clickbait, because I won't actually be in the video in a bikini. And I don't want that kind of channel.
Oh, and I put a bus up there because I was going to tell some bus stories. I only told one bus story.
We told a bus story
I told
or
two bus stories.
We talked about buses
Okay,
for
okay,
half an hour.
okay. So, yeah, the buses. Oh, because I put a stupid bus.
There have been
thing up
times when I
there.
talked about buying a bus to turn into a car hauler, and then you could just, like, the rear deck would drop and you could drive the car up in and then lift the back up, and then the car would be in the back of the bus. I think that would be neat, but expensive, and we don't have the infrastructure to maintain something like that right now.
A friend of mine was back east. Where was he? No, he was in Utah, and he built an airplane, and his wife was a doctor, and she got a different job back east somewhere, like Massachusetts or something. So he bought a school bus, and he took seats out of it, sold all the seats, and then he's already ahead. And then he put the airplane, pulled the wings off, put the airplane in there, took it out to Massachusetts, took the airplane out of it, and sold the bus for more than he bought it for. So there's good use for a bus.
He says, Straight Bullet says you can't hardly give away some models of EVs. I don't believe that. There's people who are stuck with them. They owe a ton of money.
It's because they owe too much. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're upside down.
They can't give it away with the mortgage, right? Like, it's like saying you can't hardly give away a house in this economy. Like, well, you can't give away at 8% or whatever mortgage rate is. You know, there's people that overpaid for those cars, have barely made anything payments towards the principal, and now they want to sell it and get back what they paid. It's like, no, you got to take a big, ugly loss.
Yeah, Cybertruck is well. That's just like people wanted to get the first one. They paid dearly for it. And now there's a lot of them, so of course the price went down. It's supply and demand. A lot
Well,
of supply.
I mean, the only smart people who bought the Cybertruck were the people, like there was that one person that they got it, and the first thing they did was tear it all apart and publicize what they found.
Well, I don't know
Right.
if he even made money doing
So
that.
they made money, and like Hoovy, he bought his Cybertruck, and then he made video about it, and he made money on the video. But other people who just bought it to have, like I don't know,
Yeah,
you just
it was a short-term investment, and the investment was just that all their friends looked at it and thought they were cool, and then that was it. YouTubers made money on the videos, yeah, but not enough to pay for the. I doubt it was enough to pay for this stupid car. The EV cars, when the battery pack fails, cost too much to replace it. Yeah, and that's going to get worse.
so that's the thing, right? Like, when in a gasoline power car, when your power source fails, that's either an engine or maybe you just need to fill the gas tank. It's so different. I thought years ago, right, like 20 years ago, and tell me if you think this too. I thought when you people said electric cars, right? I thought when the car stopped going, you would open up the trunk compartment, take the battery out, and plug it in. And then you could have a second battery and put it in there. Or you could go to the gas station and buy different batteries. But the problem is the car is the battery. And then they had to, once they developed that, then they had to figure out a way to sell that to people. No, it's not really a great thing.
I don't know. I guess the cost is so far beyond my.
Well, that's the thing too.
I just don't even.
We can't
follow it.
afford to buy new
I
cars.
just don't even follow it.
We drive these antique. Well, your car is not really old. It's a nice vehicle. A really nice gasoline vehicle for what,
It's
a
eight
third
ye-
the
that thing
price
is 8
of what
years
an
old.
comparable electric car would have been. A third the price. There's no way you can ever justify getting that back.
Yeah, look at this. If I sold my house, it wouldn't raise enough for a Cybertruck. I know which I'd prefer. Yeah, the house. You're gonna live in a Cybertruck?
Well, you
gonna
might if
be
you
in
buy
there,
a.
be in there sleeping
buy
every
one, you
night,
might be living
hoping
in
the
there.
batteries don't catch on fire.
But they have that really cool tent for people to live in that Cybertruck if they need it.
You guys know Ari. He's a mod in here. He's not here tonight, but he just did a short with him driving by his old truck next to a Cybertruck that had a black wrap on it. And I see it sitting there, and his truck's driving. 1960 Chevy, still going. Man, I won't be around to see that. That's 66-year-old truck. Is that right? 64-year-old truck. Cybertruck when it's 64. Yeah, 64-year-old Cybertruck. Who knows? I bet that won't be run.
It's really hard to beat the internal combustion engine and refueling. They've got it figured out really good. There's so much infrastructure in place.
Well, and
the
he's talking
internal
about
combustion
Darrow's
engine.
talking about the weight of the car. That's why the tires wear out so fast, and you got to buy special tires for them because they're, it's probably different compounds and everything, trying to get them to last at all. But I don't think the tires they don't last like they do on a normal passenger car. I have a 33-year-old pickup truck with 640,000 miles. It still runs great and it's worth nearly half of what I paid for brand new. Let's see, yeah. What do you have? What do you have with has 640,000 miles on it? Who's going to sell the special tires? I don't know. Somebody has them.
You have to order them from Tesla, and they will charge you through the rectum for it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I think if you're in this channel, you're probably not in the market for an EV.
If you want to find Mexican Specs cars, the easiest way is if you're on Instagram, go on Instagram, find him, and they're all listed there. Just like there's all these thumbnails, like hundreds of them, and that's the easiest way to find his stuff. My son-in-law has a Tesla down in San Diego. They use it too.
Yeah, Barrows, there's places where they have some infrastructure for the Teslas. If everything goes right and you're location is set up now for electric cars, then it could be okay. But I don't know where the cost savings is nowhere near. Like, cost savings is still somewhere out in the future. There's no cost savings. It's more expensive. Period.
33-year-old Ford pickup with 640,000. Man, my Ford van is an '04, and it's got 329,000 on it. The only reason it's not running good right now is because the battery won't hold
Nobody
charge.
drives it. It
Yeah.
sits. It's
Battery-
been sitting for like 3 years.
Yeah, it's just and the reason is because I've got to insure it, and insurance just kills me. And but if I
It's
put
an
a,
04. Can we put classic car insurance on it yet?
I don't know, on a van, not a work van, I don't know.
It's not a work van. It's a recreational
Yeah,
vehicle.
I don't know. Just get rid of the first digit, like the old cars. They were all original model cars. Oh yeah, the I had a lot of cars that had 5-digit odometers. I just used my 1974 International Harvester 7-year low-star rollback trucks, sending to haul 2 tractors and make 160-mile round trip. Ran like a dream. 50-year-old truck out. You know, Internationals. There was a guy next door to my second radiator shop, and he was an electrical shop, but he also had tow trucks, and his tow trucks were all Internationals. And yeah, of course I'd tease him. I go, "I got a bunch of corn binders over there," and he'd laugh, you know. But he ran all International stuff, and then my sister, all the way through college, she had an International Scout. I think she had a couple of Scouts. And she was kind of an ag major kind of person, so she used them. She used the 4-wheel drive, and they were great cars. Let's see, solar here, a little electric for small errands. Only paid $700 for it a few years ago, but we hauled all kinds of things with it. Man, $700. Wow. Insurance for classic cars that much cheaper. Yeah, I don't know. It's an '04 van, so now it's 20 years old as of right now. Man, that van's 20 years old.
It is cheaper, but it's not always that much cheaper. It depends. If you,
I bought that van. I was 4 years old. I feel like I just bought it. It's 20 years old.
yeah, the time it slips slips away.
So
It can be cheaper though. If you get like I was plugging Haggerty. I have Haggerty, and there was somebody else suggested another. Look into it. Definitely shop. Do your research. Get a quote, because you might be able to get your car, especially if it's not your primary vehicle, and if it's not a high value vehicle, you can get really cheap insurance. But what really cheap to me is not the same as really cheap for somebody else. I think my insurance is like $25 a month on the.
I tried to get my father to buy a International travel all at one time, but he bought a Chevy van instead. But he looked at it. But the Chevy van had more room in it, and that's really why he got it.
$700 for a rollback is a freaking steal.
Man, yeah. Any of you ever? I don't know. I was so familiar with those cars because I was working on cars back then. But the International trucks had like the 345s. I don't remember what the smaller engine was. They were all the same size on the outside, and the 390. I think it was a 392. I don't remember now. Those big ass V8s, but they were big, bulletproof, heavy engines. And I always thought that's what they should put in the checker cabs, because they would have lasted forever. They were just bulletproof engines. Yeah, 392. Okay, that's what I thought. And then there was the Navistar, except they weren't Navistar then. And then there was a small one, which is like a 304 or 5 or something. I don't remember what the small, but on the outside they all look the same. But I remember, 304, 345, 392 V8 in that engine family. Yeah, and that guy next door to me, he had his tow trucks with his 392s, and he had a big old dog, and the dog lived on the back of the tow truck, and they fed him there and everything. Anybody come up to that tow truck, that tow truck belonged to that dog. Better not mess with that tow truck. Tim's 32 Demon. Yeah, I should. What is that?
Um,
Oh, that's some kind of.
Tavo said something about international made Australian trucks,
Oh.
so I brought it up there.
Oh, okay.
And
Because
there's
I
a
didn't.
kangaroo, so I put the picture of the kangaroo up
I
there.
didn't even know what that was. Yeah, it's different than what we have.
It's Australian international.
Unique to Down Under. Often features these carry-all style trucks. Yeah, that's something I never knew about Mexican cars until Mexican Spec started listing them. Are all those? They're like carry-all style trucks, but they're conversions in Mexico, and so there's all kinds of those. Uh, yeah, I don't know, carry-all style. It's like I don't know what you call them, delivery trucks. They're pretty cool.
Waylon, it sounds like you found a really good buyer's opportunity. Kudos to you.
I got my Ford had the big 534 V8. Yeah, what the heck was that? I don't even know what that
big
was.
Engine, 534.
I don't know what engine family it was because I wasn't in the trucks that much. Biggest engine I ever dealt with Fords were the 460s, 429 460, which is actually called the, what is that thing? The 380, I should know. 385 engine. But they weren't that was just the name of the engine. Yeah, international engines, they're just big old bulletproof engines. Yeah, I don't know, the van, I've always wanted to put a nice interior in that van that we could camp in and stuff, and, like an old style 70s van. And I wonder if Haggerty will do a 20-year-old car. I don't know. Yeah, check and see.
The other thing we talked about doing was building a mobile studio for the van. That would be kind of neat.
Yeah, Barrows is, the 385 series. That's correct. Man, I always had what we called the big block Fords were the FE engines. So I was really into those. And then I got a 72 Torino wagon, and it had a 385 engine in it. It was a 429. And the heads were all cracked on it because somebody had overheated it. So I peeled the heads off of it. And I got heads from, I think it was a 69 Thunderbird that didn't have those big open chambers. Put that in there, put a cam in it, put an intake on it, recurved the distributor, and yeah, I advanced the cam 6 degrees. Oh my God, did that thing come alive. That was like the fastest station wagon I ever had. It was a 429, no, 72 Torino 429. Wood paneling, shag carpet with 2-inch padding. You know how many? You know how many vans I did? No, never had a disco ball. But I did so many van interiors, helped friends with them. I had a van. It was back in the 70s, the van era. I could kind of see myself using them back in New England. Set up 3-door one. I loved vans back then. See, and that was kind of my era. It was like the hot street racer kind of cars, and then kind of into the vans in the 70s. That was a fun time. So everybody had those nice interiors. They all had bars in them. Like now, that would be pretty much unacceptable. But it's just everybody go out and park somewhere and good music and open up their vans. Kind of like you weren't really camping. You were just living there by your van, socializing, having a good time. Ford did go over 460 cubic inch to 385s, but you only found them in F550 and up. Yeah, what were those? See, I remember they were talking about a 500, like 502 or 501 or something that was supposed to go into the Lincoln Mark series, but they never did it. See, and I kind of heard about something going in the trucks, but I don't know what that was. The 385 that was bigger than 460. Oh, what's this? Mexican Spec has somebody going to help you deliver. Star had the. That'd be great. Man,
Yeah.
sounds like a Woodstock weekend. Yeah, Woodstock, man. See, Woodstock happened. I was 15. It was a 521. See, I don't even know about that. That's a truck engine, I guess. Was deck height the same? Can you put it in a car? Huh. Well, what's the one that something flying around here? Jeffro has in his Thunderbird. It's a 385 engine, but it's like that, 521 cubic inches or something. It's big.
Mm-hmm.
That might be what it is. You haven't thought about that. '70s custom was the grooviest time ever. Oh man, I had a Chevy van that was old, but it was a nice van. Did an interior on it, and then I almost bought a Dodge van in about 1974 or 5, maybe 75. Just a new one, but I'm glad I didn't do that because it was expensive and payments and high insurance and everything. The MEL series, they stopped at 462. Yeah, MEL series, not a fun engine. Oh man, I remember working on an MEL and it had a hydraulic pump that is integral up in the timing chain area, and that's what ran the windshield wipers. It's like, oh my God, what'd they do that for? And then they quit putting the 462 in the Lincolns. I think 68 they started putting the 460, so it's just so much better engine. Stock 302, 351, no option. How come we look so washed out here?
Because we are.
We are washed out,
Yeah, the lights are a little bit out of.
out of whack.
Yeah, and I can't fix that during the stream. It will be.
Well,
So
it was
disruptive.
looking better earlier. That's what I was wondering. Maybe it's the background with all the white. I
We're
don't
getting a
know.
little pale. It's been 3 hours. Give us a break.
Why are we getting pale?
It was just a joke.
I need to put some other. I need to put some other picture up there. But my mouse is having grab problems. There. Of course, you gotta put it up. 3 hours? Are we 3 hours into this? Yeah, I like stuff like that. 420 on the Thunderbird does that as well.
We do not endorse killing cops.
What is this?
Even though we like the car, we don't like the message.
Oh. I didn't even notice that.
Just the gas bill, yeah. Yeah, because there's cars here in Tennessee that would do really well. They would sell really well up north, but the cost to move them
What
that long
engine?
distance is
What engine is that?
prohibitive.
What engine is that?
I don't know.
Okay, everybody.
Oh.
What engine is that? I don't know what it is.
It's an LS.
No. I don't know what that is. Oh, I like cars like that. We're going to do one here. We're going to do, I don't want to call it a rat rod, but it's going to be something, yes, crazier than that. I mean, we got plans for it.
Well, nobody wants.
Oh, that
no
could
one
be a
wants to
Studebaker.
pay the cost plus delivery. That at that point, there's no profit.
How's the exhaust on a 289 Studebaker? Is it even like that? I don't know. I never had a 289 Studebaker. 74. Yeah. Just a guess. Yeah, that's when you said that. I thought, oh yeah, that's what that is, and I'm starting to look at it, going, I really don't know. It could be.
Try it, Kim. You would be surprised. I might.
Try what? Sell the cars plus delivery.
Right now,
Okay,
for
well.
me to be distracted by trying to sell cars, there would have to be some real profit in it, because there's not enough hours in the day with the health concerns that I'm dealing with to do all the things I need to do. So I would have to make enough money to pay 2 people to do the work that I'm trying to do here.
This mouse is a piece of crap. Give me all kind of trouble. So bring on the rats. I'm going to bring on the rats. What other rats do I have? Ah, here we go. This is a real rat rod. Okay, it's not a Studebaker. What is it? Don't know what it is. I do not know what that engine is. Okay, more rats. More rats. I like stuff like that. Might be a little hard to see out of it. Yeah, you ever watch Welder Up?
Oh, Mexican Spec was saying get it instead of a mouse,
Yeah,
a computer mouse, get a rat.
get a
Computer
rat. Yeah. I had a friend. You never met him, Adrian, up in Pennsylvania. I had a big old mouse. He goes, "That's not a mouse, that's a rat." Oh, more rat rods.
The love that goes into rat rod. I love looking at them. Yeah, it's so cool to look at. They have so much character. People put so many
I know
hours in them.
Mexican Spec's not going to like stuff
But
like this, but
driving one is, yeah, maybe not desirable.
because somebody messed up a '60 Chevy. But you know, maybe it was messed up to begin with, and they saved it from being towed off to the junkyard. You know. Oh, Steve Darnell. I actually met him and talked to him one time. Pretty
Mexican
good guy.
Spec just had a.
Why? Well, like I said, maybe that was a total, and somebody actually saved it and made that out of it. You know, we've got a car around here like that we're gonna. I always say Mexican Spec isn't gonna like some of the stuff that we make, but it's because this is terrible. This one's terrible. You'll hate this Mexican
I
Spec.
think it's cool.
Except we can't see it well because we're in the way.
I'll just do this. It gives us some more room.
I don't-
I kind of like that one.
Oh,
Pretty
let's see
wild.
what else I can bring up. There's all kinds of stuff I can bring up. I got a collection of this stuff.
It's really wild. Mexican Spec don't care about trucks. Chop them up. He don't care.
And then there's like this.
Oh, what? No, oh.
I gotta save pictures of this stuff. Which was just a sheet of. Oh, you're getting ice down there. That's right. You're down under. You're in the winter. You're in the middle of winter now.
It's hot up here. It's like 95 degrees every day. I'm going to have to start working in the morning. There are so many people saving trucks, they can handle it. There are. And trucks have greater longevity anyways.
And
They
then
stick
there's like
around.
this guy.
Man.
Man, I always wanted to make something like this with a little bigger wheels on there so you could do a wheelie and flip upside down and then go the other direction. And then flip back upside down and go back the other direction. Never kill a good car. We use the leftover junk. That's right. You use the leftover junk. That's correct. That is absolutely right. Oh, this is ridiculous. There's ridiculous stuff in here. Like that. What do you do? Look through is he looking through the sunroof or is he looking out the windshield?
That's pretty wild.
Oh, Ian, Full Custom. That guy's a artist. He doesn't just do cars, he does all kinds of stuff. I don't know what this is. What is this? What is this? What's motivating this thing? I don't know what that engine is. Barrows, check out my last community post. There are 2 of our rats. 3 if you count the trike. Oh, this one, I actually kind of like this. I don't know if I like the induction system, but I like the front of the truck. PT boat engine. Oh, it could have been. That thing, that's what that could have been. PT boat engine? Maybe. Well, that's some crazy stuff, isn't there? Kim, are you getting tired of looking at these cars? This goofy stuff.
I'm running out of steam, but I got up. Trying to get the blood flowing in my legs. Maybe I will help me.
Here's a rat rod, and this is how you get the steering around the engine.
Like that.
Here's how you get the steering around the engine.
That's smart. Just thinking outside the box.
You're like half off the screen. You're cut in half. There you go. Oh no, yeah, I knew Mexican Spec wouldn't like any of these because they're just radical stuff, chopped up stuff. Although here's a tow truck. Those of you, nothing dangerous there. For those of you who like tow trucks, look at that dude, man. I really, actually, I like that little tow truck. Kim's in there making coffee. That grinding noise is some kind of a coffee machine. You see this tow truck, Kim?
Oh yeah.
I should have brought the rat rods out earlier because it is kind of fun. How they get them registered. See, that's something in Tennessee. You'd already have this registered. And it just go on being a, whatever it is,
I am eating a bacon.
49 International or whatever. Yeah, that's at Bonneville. She's eating all the leftover. She's eating all the bacon. There is no leftover. It's all she just made it. Makes that like a nice driving experience. That doesn't mean it's posh. P38 Lightnings, of course. Yeah, that's a cool tow truck. I like that tow truck. I'd drive that. It might not be comfortable, but it sure be fun, you know. I'm not sure if I have any other pictures of that. Show what it. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Oh, yeah, I do have another picture of that truck. Camel towing. Whoops. Man, when I had kidney problems for a while, and a comfortable seat really made a difference. It beat me up, man. Good people. So I'm heading out. My birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday, Iceman.
Happy birthday, Iceman. Thank you for stopping in.
Got to rest up
You've
for
been
the
here for
huge
hours.
festivity.
Huge festivities.
Good night, Aaron. Take care.
Boop, boop.
Thanks for showing up. Towing, yeah. Okay.
I come back.
Feliz cumpleaños. Cumpleaños, like completed years. Max in Spanish. That was one of the things we had to learn, like in kindergarten. Cumpleaños. 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 Man, all the Spanish I learned and forgot. Yeah, not a suggested name at all. Yeah, that's right. I didn't really like that name when I saw it. I wouldn't have that on the side of something I'm driving, but I do like the truck. I really like the truck.
There's not even a W in towing. They just went all in with their silliness.
And then there's the rat rod you make out of a C4 Corvette.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice. Yeah, where's the body?
Does anyone like the Wasteland cars. Anybody watch the new Furiosa movie?
Wasteland.
Is that something we should maybe talk about next week or something like that if we want?
A vet cart. You notice that thing? It still has a tilt column working in it.
How are the rockers strong enough to support that car from flexing?
Yes. Yeah, because they originally you took the top off. Although mine, I could feel it when I had the top off, but there's only 4 bolts that hold that top, and it's plexiglass. But I could feel the difference when that top was on, when it wasn't on. The what, Kim? The Mexican Specs action.
Thanks, Tavo.
Oh, you got to go back to work. Well, thanks for coming by. What time is it? Oh yeah.
Furiosa is a movie based on the series of the, oh gosh, why am I not? Mad Max. Mad Max was originally like a post-apocalyptic kind of car movie where the cars were all like battle cars and stuff like that. And over the years, it has a cult following, and people build cars just to be Mad Max-esque. And they have wasteland meetups and stuff like that, where they pretend to be in the movie. I don't know. It's fun. Like Felina's car. Felina's car is a Mad Max build.
What is hers? It's like a 40 Oldsmobile or something on a Chevy truck frame, on a square body Chevy frame.
It's on a square body Chevy frame, but I don't remember what car it is. I don't want to say because I'd be wrong.
Yeah. So what is that? Other than being kind of cool, it's a thing.
Or a
It's a
cab over with
it's a pickup truck.
cab over made into a pickup truck. It's a van.
It's a 37 Ford. See, I didn't know that, but it's pretty short, nubby nose there.
Yeah, those are very in vogue, the cab over trucks. Because most of those trucks were, full size over the road like 18-wheeler kind of trucks. And they're so big. People drove them until they were worn out. And then they sat in a tree row someplace and rotted away to nothing. There was no reason to bring them back until only the recent.
Now, that's definitely rat rod stuff.
So that's super cool. And I like that they put the extra time in, but to put a chain there just so that it's there that does nothing.
It's welded.
I only like it if the chain did something. If the chain actuated the... I'd kill for one of those, a 37 Ford. That, or you could spend money.
I love looking at this stuff because it's so creative, but it's,
That's pretty wild.
it's what it is. Yeah, look what they used the fender for. It's it's 257 Chevy fenders welded together to make the hood scoop.
We made a hood scoop. Not a hood scoop. We made an air cleaner housing.
Oh God, she made an air cleaner. It's
What a waste of time. They sell one at O'Reilly's for like $40. We spent so much time pissing around with that metal. It was
You know
fun.
what? The carburetor she bought is taller than the original carburetor, so you can't put the air cleaner on because it smashed into the hood. So she got to make her lower level air cleaner.
Make it a low.
So what you got to do?
Drop down over the car.
So you've got to remember. What is this? You forgot you were not a mod here. What would we need a mod for? Yeah, the timing chain is a tachometer. I could put that one back up there.
We could mod you.
But
what do you want to be modded for?
But
We'll mod
wait a minute. If you want to make an air cleaner, I mean, if you should do a video on making that air cleaner. We just take it back apart and put it up there. Yeah. Why do you want to be a mod here? I don't know why she wants to be a mod here.
I don't know how to do it right now.
Okay, we'll do it later or something.
I don't remember. Wow, we used to know how to do it.
Yeah, I think I have to do it over here, but I don't have that screen up.
Yeah. Yeah, so she can post a link to the new Furiosa movie.
Oh, is that what she's trying to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about finished with my. It's one narrow nomad. Yep.
We should go and see Furiosa. You would like it.
I'm.
I don't know. We've never gone out together to see a movie.
Yeah, well, I've told you the last movie I saw. Yeah, I kind of like that. The what's the other one? Oh, that's holding the steering column in place. I thought that was like what is that? A turn signal? No, it's holding the steering column in place. And it got this goofy little steering wheel. Oh, is that a two-door wagon, not a Nomad? Probably right. Yeah, if you did that to a Nomad, you probably ought to get punched in the face. Let's see here. Although, you find old beat-up cars that are beyond being fixed. Why not make something cool out of
Yeah,
them?
every once in a while you'll see them come up. People know that they're really fancy. They're asking too much money, but like from like about the middle of the door down, there's no metal. It's just the top part of the car, you know? Or it's one of those
Oh,
cars that
yes.
has the vinyl roof, and the vinyl roof holds the moisture in, so then the roof is rotted off of the car, so it's just like the fenders and stuff. It's like, man,
I think I sent that email to you, Buff. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'll look
everything has
afterward.
a purpose.
After
I
we're
agree,
finished.
It's fun.
Yeah, I put that back up to look, and you know what? I don't know if that's a Nomad or not. The B pillars
Been chopped.
is on an angle, but he may be right. That's a two-door wagon, or maybe it's a four-door wagon. Who knows? Yeah, I don't know. That's so cut up you can't tell. That was a strange looking car.
We right now for rat rod, hot rod, really highly custom, which is the direction that we're going to be taking the channel here. But we want to start by having some vehicles that we can take out to events this year, and then over the winter we will be able to have the time and the space. We have heat now, we have some more space, and we're going to be able to have the time. Maybe it was wrecked. Maybe there was nothing left of it. It's just some tin. But we will have the space to make some custom things. So we have parts from the Lost Fire, parts from the Spitfire, lots of fire themed
Lots of
things.
fire stuff. Yeah.
We have a lot of sheet metal from that Dodge Ram pickup truck. Actually, we have two Dodge Ram pickup trucks that are not gonna ever be put back into service because that other Ram pickup truck, the transmission,
One of them is such a piece of shit.
the white one, yeah.
No, the one
The blue one, yeah, is
the one that's
rotted.
completely. Yeah,
Rotted.
a lot of it's been left on the road for years because it's rusted away.
It has lightning.
Lightning holes. It has the whole bottom half lightened. Yeah.
But so we have two trucks, two cars, and then potentially the Blazer, also the Ranger. We've got a lot of donor vehicles for custom stuff, and I think probably before we build a full custom, we're gonna want to work on your Studebaker, right?
Yeah, I do want to work on the Studebaker.
Are we gonna work on the Spitfire or the Studebaker?
I don't
first?
know. I don't know. We just like whatever happens. The next thing, I keep saying, the next thing, and it has to be now,
lawnmower.
is
Well,
the
yeah.
lawnmower has to be serviced.
But
yes.
luckily, that's only a couple days. It's not months worth of work. The lawnmower
And then we
works,
pull the
do it
lawnmower
all
out
the
and we
time.
pull another project in. Well, and before we pull the other project in, I talked to you last night about moving the shear this direct, toward the side where we do the bench work,
Yeah.
and clearing up some of the mess that just keeps falling down there. And we'll have a lot more room to work if we, and we'll be able to get the shear and the brake, which is, I'm going to need to get at the shear and the brake if we do that blue car because I'll be folding up a lot of aluminum. The scuba's made from front fenders. Yeah, I can see that. That's well, you can't see it now. I zoomed in on that so you could see what the top looked like because I'm not sure what it is. Yeah, and the door's been cut. You can see where they've hammer welded the door back together, I think. I don't know. Maybe you get in and out the top. I don't know. And then the windshield, it looks like they narrowed that by just cutting it. Yeah, that is a rear door. You're right. But then it's welded to the. I don't really know what the front is.
It was a 4-door, and he chopped the length.
He chopped the doors and made one big long door? I don't know.
The door is the same length, but the window is long. If you look closely.
Yeah, it looks like the roof. Yeah, because anywhere he's welded, he hasn't finished it. He's just left the welds. So it looks like the roof is sectioned into 4 pieces.
I'd be afraid that car would just rattle apart going down the track like that.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
And then I do like the scoop is the 2 front fenders welded together.
Speaking of welding together, did I tell you what I found on the Dart? I don't know if you were aware.
I don't know.
The
You
Dart?
start using my welder when I'm not there and you weld all kinds of stuff. I don't know what you're doing.
No.
What'd you do?
There's frame damage on that Dart.
Yeah, you were talking about right like on the passenger side where that thing swoops up there.
It's full of dirt and it's rotten out.
Okay, so we got to make that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know how we make that? We take some of that rectangular tubing and cut it in half so we've got a channel, and then we notch it so we can bend it. I think we can make a piece for that. I think we can just make it. It might be stronger than the original one.
Oh, it'll definitely be stronger. The way they made it originally was just whatever was cheapest and
Stamped
fastest.
sheet metal tack or spot welded in place or something.
I want to do a nice job, but I don't feel like we have to hide the fact that it was repaired. I saw a Dodge Aspen up in Pittsburgh a couple years back, like
Air cooled big bush.
12 years ago.
What was it? I'm sorry, I was reading.
It was a Dodge Aspen, and that area underneath the firewall had been wrapped and welded all together and then re-rusted to the point where it was
Oh, jeez.
falling back apart. It's just horrendous, horrific. It's terrifying. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, pointy lug nuts. I've never understood why people like pointy stuff. I had a friend that had a Harley and he had all these spikes all over it and everything. And he was riding it, and somebody in a motorhome was making a left turn. He had the green light. Motorhome had the green light. Motorhome's waiting for cars going the other way. So motorhome's just sitting there. So he can't see past the motorhome. As he rides by on his bike, somebody blows a red light coming the other way, and he T-bones a car that went by the front of the motorhome. And he flew over the top of that, and he thought he was going to get nailed with his own spikes, but he didn't. He just rolled up in a ball and rolled on the other side of the car. Got up. The woman driving the car thought she killed him. She was crying and screaming, and he said that the worst part was she was so upset because she knew she'd run the red light and collided with him. But when he rebuilt that bike, he didn't put all those spikes all over it. He's got rid of some of the spikes that were on the handlebars because he about ripped himself open on it. Radiators in the back of the tailgate. On this one or on something else? I don't know. Look at how wide those fenders are. Look at the exhaust. Holy crap, I didn't realize that was exhaust.
Oh, man.
There, now you can see it. I'm sorry I zoomed it in too far. Like a fighter pilot, speed is light, but do not lose the bubble. Oh man, that's like being in a convertible fighter jet. That has happened. Oh yeah, the guy that not many people know about him. Stray Bullet. There's a guy in Arizona that builds cars, little tiny cars, out of old refrigerators. He uses the sheet metal from refrigerators, and he builds like a 50 Mercury or all these old like 50s cars, and he uses Toyota engines in them, and they're small, and he drives them around. And I was always gonna, when I lived there, I was always gonna go out there and see this guy because he people come around and he shows them off. But I just never did. But he's all over the internet. You can see him. Yeah, look at mini cars in what's the name of the place? He's like in Maricopa. Oh yeah, you'll probably find it with that. Yeah, there he is. That's the guy. Yeah, put him up there. Yeah, look at that. Look at this stuff this guy builds. And he builds that stuff out of refrigerator, old appliance sheet metal. And
My van.
Yeah, well,
It's not really on the same
but
level
look
as
at
this
look at
stuff.
how look at how small that was. Ernie Adams. He wasn't real far from where I worked. I was always going to go out there and just never did.
My van is built from an old wall war Ward Montgomery Ward washing machine.
Is the
Yeah.
bottom of your van is?
The bottom of my van, and it is full scale. Thank you very much.
Look
But I
at
didn't build it from scratch.
Look at like that blue one where he's standing next to it. Can you
This
bring
one?
it? Yeah, like bring it up big.
That is big.
Okay. Well, I mean, look at the size of the car, and look at him, and he builds those out of refrigerators and old appliances and stuff.
I mean, it's just metal.
Look at that. Yeah, but it's look at it.
It's
It's
cool.
like, it's
that
really
guy
cool.
spends a lot of time
Oh,
working
yeah.
on that stuff. That is a huge lifetime investment of time to be able to do that.
Well, yeah, and being out in Arizona, nothing rusts. And he's out. He's
Look
in
at
the.
that! It's
Yeah,
a
look at that.
scale model car. That's a last supercar. That guy's getting into a tiny car.
You can't get in that.
Look at him!
I know. Like,
He's trying to crawl in there. Oh my god! That's the stupidest thing.
but like those old Mercuries, they look like old Mercuries. He drives them around. Those are his cars. He drives them around.
Why is that guy so funny looking? Oh my gosh! I'm dizzy. I feel very light.
So is the guy a giant or is the car small?
It's a very large guy.
Yeah,
Big
yeah,
man
right.
Trying to get in that little car. That's a funny stuff, man.
Yeah, that guy's. Yeah, and I think they all have Toyota engines in them.
Oh, I like because it says Toyota in the
Here's
name.
Dwarf Car Museum. I was always going to go out there, but I never. Look at that! Isn't that some cool stuff?
All right, we're gonna go to the site because I don't.
We're
think...
going to go to the site. Welcome to Mini Car Museum or Dwarf Car Museum. Oh man, he has so much more there than before.
Not sponsored, but now you know. 9 to 4 open daily.
Okay, when we go to Arizona, we gotta go there.
All right,
We gotta stop and see the place.
it's on our list. It's on our travel list. Why?
Why is there a barbershop in there? It's part of that, I guess.
I don't know. I guess he's trying to make a little,
Mrs. One-Eyed Cat, how you doing? Good
trying to
evening.
make a little money.
She's now Mrs. One-Eyed Cat. You're not paying attention.
Welcome to the stream. Good to
Now
see
you're
you
paying
again.
attention. We're looking at all these little cars out in Arizona. This guy builds these.
That looks like a full size car. It does
Dwarf
not
cars.
look mini. That's crazy. That's in miniature. I mean, it's not miniature, but it's just scale of a full size car. There he is a working.
There's the guy working.
Yeah, I'll bet you there's lots of working.
I don't know what that is. Probably fun.
Tiny car.
Oh, it says here it takes him a few years to build each car. He's currently retired from dwarf car building. I know he's older than I am. I'm 70. I know he's older than me.
Thank you, Wendy. I knew it was you.
Yeah, I know who you are. Yeah, Mrs. One-Eyed Cat. Because they used to be on the same thing. Remember? I remember when you were always on the same login, but I don't remember what you were. Who were they? They were the people with the Valiants, and then pretty soon they had two logins, and now they're One-Eyed Cat and Mrs. One-Eyed Cat. But they started off on one. They were on Tony's show. What is that? That is kind of cool looking. Somebody recently did an interview with him. Well, I missed that because this guy, I knew about him probably, I don't know, 8 or 10 years ago. I knew about him when I lived out there. And I used to, you know how it is, I go to Tucson because Carl lived there. And I go back to Yuma, and it was like I'd go right by that same area, and I always think about it. Someday I got to stop here, but I was always trying to get back to Yuma so I'd get a good night's sleep and go to work the next morning. And so I just never stopped there. Cemetery. That's sure, it's a desert, all right. Oh, look at what's in the cemetery. Man. Yeah, Don and Wendy. That's right. You were logged in together as Don and Wendy, I guess. I was Wendy English, Don in One-Eyed. Yeah, I remember. But you had that. I just love that. Isn't that cool?
This guy spent his whole life building these cars. Look how young he is in this picture.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember when Don and Wendy were like one login. I always knew them as one login, and then they got two logins. Yeah, look at this stuff. This guy did all this.
Pretty cool. Hope he's enjoying his retirement. It seems like he earned it.
Yeah, see, that looked like a standard sized car until you see him next to it. I mean, the terrain out there, that's just like where I worked, it looked like that. That's actually pretty green right there because he's in a spot where there's some plants. But, I mean, that area right where he is, it's this time of year, it's 110 degrees at least in the daytime. Yeah, I'd like to see somebody next to that.
Very cool.
It's like spending $2 million to make $1 million house. John, that's what that guy did. Like his whole life, he built these little mini cars out of refrigerators, out of old appliance sheet metal. Just the guy's just a craftsman, And that's what he drives. He drives these little tiny cars around, takes people for rides in them. I should have gone out there when I was there. Getting too old to do all the stuff I want to do. Yeah, like the car builders. He's like everybody knows him, but most people don't know who he is because they got to be a car guy to really pay attention to him. Yeah, he drives them and uses them.
Welcome back, by the way, John.
John Wilburn Wrench. John Wilburn Wrench. Oh yeah, Haviland Consign. Like I wouldn't do that. Well, Kim, we're coming up on 4 hours, right? Or 3 hours. What are we on?
Yes.
Yes.
And more than 3.5 hours.
Yeah, we're through 3 hours and 45 minutes. So.
That's right. He wants to look taller, John. He's insecure about his height, and he thought that it would win him favor with the ladies.
Did you play much with 68 to 72 dots and 5/10? No. My first wife when I met her, she had a 510, and somebody rear-ended her and pushed her into somebody else and destroyed the car. So I never rode in that car. And then that was a period of time I had a radiator shop, and there were so many of those cars around, and the top radiator tank is like a lid that's on it's what's called a bowl header or a bucket header. It's a formed header plate with like a cap that goes on top of it. And those caps used to split, and I reset so many of those caps. And then if people let it go and they get hot, they'd blow head gaskets. So yeah, I had them around a lot. I had those things. They were everywhere. Datsun 510s. Yeah, there you go. There's a 510. And the pickup, the 1600 pickup was basically the same running gear and same radiator, and they were around a lot. You all excited with the rat rods? Yeah, we have at least one project that's going to be kind of a rat rod, and we're not going to destroy anything. The stuff we've got is leftover crap. So if we make leftover crap into a rat rod kind of
Oh, I
thing,
forgot we got the Chrysler 300. That's good rat rod fodder too.
oh my God, what are we going to do with that? Yeah, that's got a Chrysler 300. Yeah, the one the one I'm thinking of, the one that's out on your trailer. I don't want to say what it is.
Oh, I forgot about that car too.
That's the rat rod. Remember?
Yeah,
Remember?
put that on the truck
I want to
frame.
put it on a frame. Yeah.
Maybe we'll see.
Yeah, and so
Good things come to those who wait.
so
Always be
I have to line up
prepared.
a buyer. I have to line up a buyer for a '72 wagon here that is a U.S. car with the overhead. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I forgot they put the pushrod engines down there. I really like those pushrod engines, but the ones up here, yeah, they were all the 1600 overhead cams, and they were notorious for blowing head gaskets if they got hot. If you didn't get it hot, if you took care of the car, they never blew head gaskets. So 510 was a great car. Yeah, they were all over the place up here. That's called a J series. Which is the J series is the engine you have there, the pushrod engine. See, I had a Datsun 1200 for a long time, and it had the pushrod engine in it, which I think was a 1200, and yeah, you just have to have enough cooling. I don't know. Original radiators probably aren't enough, but man, I used to do 3-row. They were 2-row cores. I used to put 3 rows in them, and they drive in the desert all day long. Man, I don't even know if you can do that anymore. Probably be crazy expensive. 510 station wagons were exactly the same as the pickup trucks mechanically. The sedans got the independent. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. The sedans had independent rear suspensions. I didn't know the station wagons didn't have that. Growing up, the Datsun B210 Bomber was a teenage car. See, mine was the 1200 before the B210. The B210 I didn't really like very much. It just looked funny to me. The 1200 was really they had a little coupe that top was kind of high, and then they had a little fastback. I had a little fastback, Datsun 1200. And I really liked that car. I gave it away to some girl that's a B210. Yeah, I gave that 1200 away to a girl that needed a car, and she went to school and got her degree and got a good car and gave me the car back, and then I drove it around for a couple more years. So I wish I hadn't gotten rid of that. I don't even know what happened to it after that. I sold it or something. The Mexican cars did not get the independent rear suspension. Wow, I didn't know that. How much for the wagon? I remember the Datsun 110 models, which is what you're calling. Yeah, they were 110s, but nobody called it a 110. It said 1200 on it. Look up Datsun 1200. Yeah, it was a 110. Yeah, there's the coupe and the fat. See the light yellow one there? That's the dark yellow one. That's what I had. Mine was green. It was dark green, but it was exactly like that. Yeah, B110, but nobody called them a B110, but that's what they were. And yeah, mine had that not that grill, but the one that was up above. You just scrolled it away. That one, mine had that grill in it. It looked exactly like that, but it was green. Yeah, road salt in New York, in New England probably tear those up. I just called it a 110. Yeah, they were. Yeah, that's the tall and the. We didn't get the 4-door here. We only got the 2-door with the high top and the trunk, and then the little fastback thing, which was not a hatchback. It was just fastback with the lower top. That's what I had. Okay. Here's a picture of it. Why don't you click on that? Let's see what you can you do that? See what he's got.
I don't know.
We don't know. Are you? No, we can't do that. We don't want to leave you top. No, 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 don't do that. We can't do that right now.
Why not?
Well, won't that take us off YouTube? We're on YouTube. Oh, maybe it does work. Okay.
Seems like it worked.
Okay, I was afraid it was going to kill our live.
No,
That's the one you have, or that
No.
you have for sale or nearby.
We're in a little sandbox here.
We're in a little sandbox.
Yeah.
There you go, Mexican Spec. Of course, he put the link up there. Everybody can do this now. It's in.
Good night, Wendy.
Are you out of here? Take care, Wendy. There, I gotta order stuff for work. Oh, he's still at work. It's still working. It's getting late, Wendy. You're in another time zone. It's almost midnight there. Yeah, look at that. It's got a leaf spring in the back. I never noticed that. I never even thought about it. Yeah, because the little sedans here all had independent rear suspension. That is really a nice car, you know. Needs rear seat done to match the front. These are bringing big money. Man, you probably don't remember those, do you?
No, those
Yeah.
were all rotted into the junk
Oh,
trucks
yeah,
by the
you-
time I was old enough to even.
You lived up in the rotten car area. See, I was in Central California then, and they were 8 to 10 years old, you know, maybe 11, 12 years old for the original ones, and so I was fixing them all the time. Those things were everywhere.
Yeah, mostly the earliest cars that I ever really had any interaction with were 80s cars. Anything older than that, they were really, really obscure
Mexicans,
and
Mex-
rare.
These were so popular in Southern California. Every kid had at least one.
Every-
Yeah, I remember. I remember when the sedans started getting old. Yeah, it was the beginning of the Japanese car hot rodders. They had them. You know. No, I'm home. Yeah, I know you're home, but if you're gonna do stuff for work, you're still working. Oh God, gotta order stuff for myself that they don't have. Man, I used to bring all my work home with me, just 'cause I had to go home to eat and something. But that's all I thought about. 2-door 510s are bringing well into the 5 digits now. Yeah, that's one thing nice about being retired. I can think about what we're doing whenever I feel like it. I'm not bound by the clock, at least for one thing. Like coupes and wagons. Back then, Japanese cars were the worst in salt for rusting in 2 years. See, and I lived where there was no rust. I just didn't understand that.
The metal was thin. They were Some of them were economy cars. Even if you rust treated them, they didn't last long. But if you didn't rust treat them, they were gone quick.
Yeah, stray bullet will end up with this thing.
Oh.
Well, they'll pay you back. That's a good thing.
That's a really good thing.
See, when
Expensive.
when I was doing that, I was on salary, and it was just 24 hours a day. I was designing airplanes and trying to get prototypes built and get them test flown and sold and production. And I don't know, when you have a job like that, it's just all everything of your whole life. Just that's all you do, and you got to love it enough to do it. And at some point, I burned out on it. Straight bullet.
No, you won't.
What? No, you won't. What?
He's saying he's not buying it.
No, he won't. Oh. That's a pretty nice car.
Really?
You ever drive? Well, you never driven one. They drive nice. Well, that one doesn't have the independent rear suspension, but I wouldn't care. You know, it's a wagon. Those are. I just remember them. I remember getting in them. They drive nice. They're not huge. You can get around town in them, and they're easy to park, and they're just. And if you went on the road with it, they're fine. You know. But I wouldn't want to take it in the salt. I'd keep it out of that crap, you know.
79 Toyota. They just
What is
there
it?
was no hope for them to hold together with all the salt. It's just like, whew, that many years, that much salt. Mm-mm.
The bed fell off it from the rust. Oh my god.
And they were useful trucks, really good
Take care when-
trucks. That's why they got driven in the snow. In spite of, I mean, like, who has extra vehicles they can drive in the snow? Only rich people. You know, people bought them because they were good vehicles, and they used them because they were useful, and that they used them up.
Salt the name of the
I
city.
grew up driving one, and I don't want another one. Well,
Man, yeah, but you said you had the stuff to make that engine sing. I thought you were gonna want it. I stopped and went swimming in the Great Salt Lake, Utah, just once. Yeah, that's pretty sticky stuff. I did that, and where we did it, there was a place where you go walk underneath a shower right there and get all the salt off of you.
I had some Toyotas. They weren't so bad. Nissans weren't so bad either. I mean, honestly, people took care of them.
What was the car you had that
Okay.
was so rusty? That was a
Oh, I had some really rusty.
Japanese car. I thought you. I think I actually used.
They used better steel.
I thought you.
believe it.
What was the Japanese car you had that was all rusty?
Oh, I don't know. I can't think of
You've
it.
told me stories about one of them. I don't remember what it was.
I don't know. Right
I
this
bought
second.
cars at Salt Lake City Auto Auction. As close as I wanted to get to the lake. You know what I like about the lake? You drive out there toward Nevada, and you get out real close to the line, and that's where Salt Flats are. And I mean, that's. I've always wanted to go to the races at Salt Flats and never made it. It's just like one of those things. Drive by it. Never at the right time. Always in a hurry to get to the other end of wherever I'm going. I'm a factory. Performance Parts Hoarder. Oh, okay. Yeah, Wendover. Wendover, where they got a line drawn right across the middle of the street, and on one side they have casinos, and the other side they don't. That's so all the people from Utah can go stay on the side where the casinos are.
Chrysler had bad problems with rust too. American cars were not so much better. Not really.
Some of them were terrible. The Fox bodies, like when I went to Ohio and I saw what all the other Fairmonts looked like, and I had a Fairmont that was, I don't know how old that thing was, 15 years old at least, and it was parked and some guy hit the back of it. There was a body shop across the street from me, and I said, "Hey, can you give me an estimate on it?" He goes, "I don't want to work on that car." He goes, "Those things are too rusty." I said, "This one doesn't have any rust." He goes, "They're all rusty." He came over and he looked underneath it, and it's still all fresh paint underneath because I just driven from California. He's like, "Oh, this is really clean. Yeah, I'll work on this one." He'd never seen anything like that, so they fixed it for me. But later, that car got rusty in Ohio.
It would.
They just didn't do well. Vega. I had a Vega in California that was rusty. Central California. Windshield came down like this. I could reach my hand underneath the windshield and touch the outside of the windshield because The whole cowl was rusty. That thing was it was a California car. I think the water got in the
Rubber.
trough underneath where the windshield seats in, and I think it just rusted the whole thing away there. I liked Vegas, but mine had Vega engines in them. But I did a lot of conversions with people with did radiators with them with small blocks. Automatic on bringing trailer right now. Less than 5,000 these cars are made, 84 to 85. I'm not sure what car he's talking about. We are at 4 hours right now. I think we need to Vegas were meat. Speaking of road salt, I'm not sure what she means.
Saying they would rust Vegas or meat.
Oh, I understand.
Speaking of road salt.
Okay, 4 hours. We're going to be back next. I had a California Cutlass Supreme that was rusty around the glass. Oh, that must have been right on the coast. If you're right on the coast, yeah, that's what happens. It'll rust around the glass. Because the salt air at night gets to it. Okay. We're done.
Okay, thanks everybody. We
Thank
loved
you.
having you here. It was great talking to everyone. I apologize if we missed your comment because we tried to keep up and sometimes we miss out. Thank you to our moderators, Mexican Spec, and we will fix some of the other moderator issues when we have our head about us. So look forward to those changes. And yeah, you're all great. Thanks for being here. Hope you can make it next week. And until then, we'll be putting out shorts for another, week? Couple days?
Well, I may keep doing that.
He's just going to keep putting out shorts all the time.
it's
So
pretty-
look for those.
It's a good way to do things.
And I'm getting organized. We've done a lot of work on the 66 Dart, so I'm getting organized to put together some. Yeah, it's long, Mexican Spec. We're about done. I'm putting together some videos for the 66 Dart. Those will be out real soon. So hopefully you'll have time to catch a gander at those.
Mexican Spec, you might have missed your dinner. I'm sorry, but thanks for sticking around all 4 hours.
All right, everyone.
Yep.
Thanks a lot.
Everybody, good night. Take care.